Chapter 2142. Big words. Everyone was dumbstruck, as if they had been petrified, looking at Yu Si, who had been kicked to the ground, their hearts filled with complex emotions. No way! What happened in that white light just now? How did Yu Si end up like this? Everyone was in an uproar, their hearts filled with doubts, unable to figure out how Yu Si ended up like this. However, they all knew that Yu Si had lost in the end, and at the hands of Zhuowen at that. Considering all this, the onlookers all maintained a certain distance from Zhuowen, not daring to approach him, as if Zhuowen was some kind of plague. Master, how should we deal with this Yu Si? The Emperor's spirit quickly asked. Don't kill him yet. Take him away first. I still have some use for him. Zhuowen ordered. The Emperor's spirit nodded, grabbed Yu Si's collar, and lifted him off the ground. Yu Si's eyes glazed over, as he did not resist at all. So. Suddenly. Two streams of light flew over from the distant starry sky. Everyone saw that these two streams of light were actually two huge flying ships. These two flying ships were extremely large, far more magnificent than ordinary flying ships. They were definitely not something an ordinary force could possess. It's the flying ships of High Heaven Sect and Heavenly Demon Island. It seems that these two sects have also received the news and rushed over. Everyone looked over and saw that the insignia on the two flying ships belonged to High Heaven Sect and Heavenly Demon Island, respectively. Zhuowen slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on the two flying ships as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Heavenly Demon Island's flying ship was a step ahead and blocked the path of High Heaven Sect's flying ship, forcing it to stop. The door of High Heaven Sect's flying ship opened and Ling Yunji led the group of elders down with a gloomy look. Glaring at Heavenly Demon Island's flying ship with an extremely hostile look, he said, Ji, what is the meaning of this? Does your Heavenly Demon Island want to become enemies with my High Heaven Sect? The cabin door of the Heavenly Demon Island flying ship opened, and Chi walked down with Fan, Yushan, and the higher-ups. He said calmly, Yo, so it's Brother Ling. Just now, I didn't control the flying ship properly and accidentally steered it off course. Please don't take offense, Brother Ling. Hearing this perfunctory excuse, Ling Yunji was so angry that his face turned ashen. He said coldly, Then can Brother Devil step aside now? I still have some matters to attend to at the Serene Mirage Sect. Devil Barrier shrugged and said, I also have some matters that I need to take a look at the Dark Mirage Sect. Why don't Brother Ling come along? Ling Jiun suppressed his anger and did not waste any more words with Moe. Instead, he led the group of elders in a detour towards the Dark Mirage Sect. The demon repellent was neither anxious nor annoyed. Instead, he quietly followed behind Ling Yunji's team. However, when they approached the Dark Illusion Sect, they discovered that the Dark Illusion Sect was terrifyingly quiet. Apart from the city outside the sect, there was not a single person in the sect. At the same time, a heavy smell of blood surged over. The mountainous piles of corpses and the ruins of the sect all indicated that the Dim Illusion Sect had been through an unimaginable battle. What's going on? Which force ambushed the Dim Illusion Sect? Ling Yunji's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself in surprise. Although Ling Yunji had mainly come for that Zhuowen, and he had also noticed the nearby Zhuowen, he did not feel that Zhuowen possessed the strength to reduce the Dim Illusion Sect to such a wretched state. Little bastard, just what has happened to the Dim Illusion Sect? You'd best tell me the truth. Otherwise, this old man will grind your bones to dust and die without a proper burial. Ling Yunji finally turned his attention to Zhuowen. He laughed savagely and shot towards Ling Yunji. Father! Fan looked rather anxiously at Devil Barrier beside him. Devil Barrier sighed softly and could only act, stopping Ling Yunji. Devil Barrier, what do you mean by this? The Dim Illusion Sect has already been reduced to such a state. It must have been destroyed by some unknown force. This Zhuowen was present and definitely knows something. Why are you stopping me? Could it be that your heavenly devil island is also involved? Ling Yunji said coldly. However, Devil Barrier said indifferently, Sect Master Ling, you still need to have some basis to speak. Otherwise, you're just slandering others. Ling Yunji had a cold smile on his face. Just as he was about to say something sarcastic, Zhuo Wen, who was not far away, slowly walked over to Mo Ji's side. Senior Mo Ji, thank you for your kind intentions. Leave the matter of old dog Ling to me, Zhuo Wen said with a smile. Zhuo Wen knew that Mo Fan and Yu Shan definitely had something to do with the demonic repellent helping him. Although Zhuo Wen did not have much contact with Mo Fan and Yu Shan, he knew that the two of them valued kindness greatly. Back then, Zhuo Wen had saved the two of them. The two of them were like a drop of water that should be repaid with a gushing spring. This caused Zhuo Wen to be quite surprised. At the same time, he also had a good impression of the Heavenly Devil Island. Zhuo Xiaoyu, Ling Yunji is not easy to deal with. He is the sect master of the High Heaven sect, and his cultivation has reached Void Sky 7 steps. In addition, the elders around him are also very strong, and the weakest is at least Void Sky 4 steps. Devil Barrier looked at Zhuo Wen with surprise. He had checked Zhuo Wen's aura and found that it was only Void Sky 4 steps. What he meant was to remind Zhuo Wen that he was not strong enough. Ling Yunji and the others were very strong, and he was not their opponent. Although Devil Barrier also noticed Ling and the others not far away, Ling and the others did not actively release their auras, so Devil Barrier and Ling Yunji did not pay much attention. Mo Fan and Yu Shan also hurriedly came over to persuade Zhuo Wen. They promised Zhuo Wen that their Heavenly Devil Island would definitely protect him. This made Zhuo Wen not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Mo Yu Shan, this Zhuo understands your good intentions. As Zhuo Wen spoke, he pointed to the ruins of the Dark Illusion sect and continued, the Dark Illusion sect was destroyed by me. This High Heaven sect can't be stronger than the Dark Illusion sect, right? I think I can still deal with it. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Devil Barrier and the other Heavenly Devil Island cultivators stiffened, and they looked at Zhuo Wen with strange gazes. Ling Yunji, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, How shameless! With your Void Sky 4 steps cultivation, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between the Dark Illusion sect's teeth. How dare you talk about destroying the Dark Illusion sect? The people of High Heaven sect laughed wantonly, completely ignoring the strange expressions of the surrounding cultivators. This was because they had seen Zhuo Wen destroy the Dark Illusion sect with their own eyes. Brother Zhuo, this joke is not funny. Mo Fan spoke up, and he was quite angry. This time he was the one who urged Zhang Mo to come and rescue Zhuo Wen. But now, Zhuo Wen actually said such shameless words. This was simply not taking their rescue seriously. Yu Shan furrowed her brows. She stared at Zhuo Wen and found that the latter did not seem to be joking. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the ruins of the Dark Illusion sect, and her brows furrowed even deeper. Brother Zhuo! Just as Mo Fan was about to continue speaking, Yu Shan suddenly reached out and stopped him. Chapter 2143. Apologize. Yu Shan shook her head and said, I think what Brother Zhuo said makes sense. He's not an impulsive person. Mo Fan gradually calmed down. He looked at Zhuo Wen and moved aside to block Zhuo Wen's body. However, he was still angry and did not look at Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen shook his head helplessly. He knew that Mo Fan did not believe he had the power to destroy the Dark Fantasy sect. However, all of this would be destroyed when Zhuo Wen showed his strength. Ling Yunji also heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about now was the Heavenly Devil Island interfering. Now that Zhuo Wen said he did not need Sky Demon Island's help, Ling Yunji's wish was fulfilled. Zhuo Wen and Ling Yunji's hatred was no less than that of the Dark Fantasy sect. Ling Yunji's son, Ling Zhuo, had been killed by Zhuowen during the interplanetary tournament. Even if Zhuowen did not have the heavenly domain star essence, Ling Yunji would not let Zhuowen go. Little bastard, where did you get your confidence from? How dare you say you can destroy the dark fantasy sect? Ling Yunji laughed coldly. King Spirit, slap this person 1,000 times. Zhuowen said to the King Spirit. The King Spirit, who had been keeping a low profile, did not make a sound and slowly walked over. A powerful aura that could penetrate the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted, filling the surroundings of the starry sky and setting off a starry sky storm. The smile on Ling Yunji's face froze, and he stared at the King Spirit that was approaching him with fear. 8 steps of the void sky. Ling Yunji's lips trembled. He had only just realized that there was such a powerful person here. Could the destruction of the dark fantasy sect have something to do with this person? Ling Yunji was completely confused, and he did not even notice that the King Spirit was following Zhuowen's orders. At the same time, Ling Yunji also noticed that the King Spirit was holding an old man in a green robe. The green-robed elder's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he was an emotionless puppet. Ling Yunji wasn't unfamiliar with the azure-clothed old man, because the azure-clothed old man was none other than the ancestor of the dark illusion sect, Yuwusi. The moment he recognized Yuwusi, Ling Yunji's whole body started to tremble, and his legs went soft. He also noticed that Yuwusi's aura was extremely weak, no different from that of an ordinary person. This was obviously a sign that the illusory sky bridge had been broken. The King Spirit's presence was so strong, and Yuwusi had been crippled. It was a shock to Ling Yunji, and he didn't want to fight back. Even Yuwusi had fallen at the hands of this person. How could Ling Yunji, a mere 7 steps void sky, be a match for this person? Ling Yunji hurriedly lowered his head and cupped his fists, saying with a flattering smile, Senior, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. Even the ancestor of the Dark Mirage sect, Yuwusi, was crippled. You're simply unparalleled. As for the group of elders that Ling Yunji brought with him, they naturally followed Ling Yunji's lead and stood trembling behind him. Unfortunately, the King Spirit turned a deaf ear to his pleas and stopped in front of Ling Yunji. The people of Sky Demon Island quickly moved away from the King Spirit, their eyes full of fear and respect. Mo Fan even pulled Zhuowen away from the King Spirit. Zhuowen did not refuse, and he smiled as he followed Mo Fan. Zhuowen's command had been through voice transmission, so only the King Spirit could hear it. Ling Yunji raised his head and quickly bowed to the monarch spirit with a flattering smile. Slap. Unfortunately, the King Spirit did not appreciate his kindness, and it slapped him again. Ling Yunji's right cheek was swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The King Spirit had used a lot of force to slap his face. Ling Yunji was submissive, but he did not dare fight back. Ling Yunji had lost all will to fight, especially when he saw Yuwusi's crippled body. He thought of the King Spirit as a peerless elite, and he knew he couldn't fight against such an elite. He didn't dare fight back. After all, if he did not fight back, he would still have a chance to live. If he fought back, he would definitely die. Slap, slap, slap. After the first slap, the King Spirit continued to slap Han Sen's face, and the sound of the slap continued to be heard. The King Spirit didn't hold back. Every slap was a real slap. Thus, such a ridiculous scene appeared in the starry sky. The sect master of High Heaven Sect, Ling Yunji, lowered his head and allowed a middle-aged man to slap him. After 1,000 slaps, Ling Yunji did not look like a human at all. His cheeks were swollen and bruised, and it was impossible to recognize Ling Yunji's original appearance. The surrounding cultivators could not help but laugh, but because of the force behind Ling Yunji, they all held back their laughter. Ha ha ha! Sect Masterling, what are you doing? Look at your current appearance. Take a piss and look at your reflection. How did you become like this? If I were you, I would have killed myself after being humiliated like this. Zhuo Wen laughed loudly, mocking and ridiculing Ling Yunji without any scruples. Originally, if Ling Yunji did not take the initiative to look for Zhuo Wen really did not plan to cause trouble for High Heaven Sect for Ren Yong'an's sake. Unfortunately, Ling Yunji did not know what was good for him. He actually ran into the muzzle of a gun and called Zhuo Wen a little bastard. Now it was a tragedy. Little bastard, just you wait. When this senior is done, you're finished. You're dead. Ling Yunji glared at Zhuo Wen with a gloomy look and shamelessly boasted ruthlessly. Unfortunately, as soon as Ling Yunji finished speaking, the king's spirit coldly snorted and slapped Ling Yunji in the face. This time, the force was so great that Ling Yunji was slapped to the ground. Ling Yunji was confused. He looked at the king's spirit in confusion and said, "Senior, this junior did not mean any harm. If this junior has done anything wrong, please tell me, and this junior will do as you say." The king's spirit looked at Ling Yunji indifferently and finally opened his mouth. He pointed at Zhuo Wen and said, "Then crawl over there and apologize to my master." As soon as these words came out, Ling Yunji nodded repeatedly, but soon he realized that something was wrong. Following the king's spirit's finger, he saw Zhuo Wen with a mocking look in his eyes. He was dumbfounded. Not only Ling Yunji, but Mo Fan, Yu Shan, Mo Ji, and the others from Heavenly Demon Island who were standing beside Zhuo Wen were also petrified. "Junior sister, is there something wrong with my ears?" That senior from Void Sky 8 steps seemed to call Brother Zhuo Master. Mo Fan opened his mouth and suddenly asked Yu Shan who was next to him. Yu Shan nodded slightly stiffly and said, "I thought I was the only one who heard wrong, but it turns out that you also heard wrong." Mo Ji, on the other hand, hit both of their foreheads and said, "Is there something wrong with my ears too?" "You didn't hear wrong." That senior did call Zhuo Wen master. Speaking of this, Mo Ji looked at Zhuo Wen with a slightly complicated expression. He finally began to believe that Zhuo Wen's words were not just empty words. A mere Void Sky 4 steps had a servant at Void Sky 8 steps. In addition, Zhuo Wen had a large reserve of heavenly domain star essence. Zhuo Wen did indeed have the power to destroy the Dark Fantasy sect. If the Dark Fantasy sect was really destroyed by Zhuo Wen, then this Zhuo Wen was too terrifying. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Senior, are you joking? That Zhuo Wen is just an ant at Void Sky 4 steps. How could he be your master?" Ling Yunji wanted to explain, but unfortunately, the king's spirit gave him another slap. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "Are you not going to apologize?" Chapter 2144. The sound of the wind crawling in front of Zhuo Wen. Ling Yunji lowered his head, his eyes filled with humiliation. "Leader Ling, why don't you raise your head?" Zhuo Wen looked down at Ling Yunji in front of him and said indifferently. Ling Yunji was shaking with anger, but he could feel the murderous intent of the king's spirit behind him. He sighed and slowly raised his head. Boom! In the instant that Ling Yunji and Zhuo Wen's eyes met, a sharp dagger emitting a misty white mist appeared in Ling Yunji's hand. It cut through the void and fiercely stabbed toward Zhuo Wen's neck at an extremely fast speed. "Watch out!" Mo Ji's face changed, and he wanted to stop the attack. Unfortunately, Ling Yunji was too close to Zhuo Wen. Moreover, this move was too sudden and too fast. The demonic repellent was unable to react in time. Mo Fan and Yu Shan's faces changed drastically. King Spirit, on the other hand, was surprised, but he wasn't too worried. Whoosh! The speed of the dagger was extremely fast, and the rising mist instantly covered the figures of Ling Yunji and Zhuo Wen. The surrounding people could not see what was happening inside the mist. Within the mist, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately took out the ice lotus that emitted a threatening cold aura and placed it in front of him. Pang! When the dagger hit the ice lotus, it was instantly frozen by the ice lotus. Even Ling Yunji's, right hand was completely frozen by the cold air. What? Ling Yunji's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Zhuo Wen to have such a terrifying ice lotus. A moment of carelessness, and he fell into the trap of this ice lotus, especially when he discovered that this cold qi was actually spreading along his arm to his entire body. Ling Yunji let out a low roar and immediately cut off his right arm before explosively retreating. As the mist dissipated, everyone saw Zhuo Wen standing motionlessly in the same place with a crystal-clear ice lotus floating in front of him. Ling Yunji, on the other hand, was in a sorry state with one of his arms broken, constantly retreating. "King Spirit!" Zhuo Wen said coldly to the King Spirit, who was standing not too far away. The King Spirit nodded and took a step forward, appearing in front of Ling Yunji in an instant. He threw a punch at Ling Yunji's chest, and the King Spirit's fist was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Ling Yunji's left hand took out a cloud from his spirit ring and used it to block the attack. Pang! The King Spirit threw a punch at the cloud, but it was surprisingly soft. The force of his punch was reflected back into his right fist. It was as if he was punching water, and there was no way for him to put his strength into. Humph! The King's Spirit grunted and took out his halberd, thrusting it forward. The clouds were tough, but the King's Spirit's halberd was not to be trifled with. The tip of the halberd shone with a sharp light as it pierced through the clouds. Ling Yunji was caught off guard, and his entire body was pierced through. The King's Spirit twisted his right hand, and a raging energy exploded across the surface of the halberd. Then the cloud dissipated, and Ling Yunji spat out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you attack my master? Do you want to die?" The King's Spirit said. Ling Yunji threw caution to the wind and sneered. "Do you really think I, Ling Yunji, am a fool? Do you think I don't know Zhuo Wen's character? So what if I apologize to him? I'm still going to die anyway. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die with him. It's a shame I didn't manage to kill that little bastard." The King's Spirit looked at Zhuo Wen coldly and said, "Master, what should we do with this man?" "Kill him." Zhuo Wen's indifferent words made everyone around him tremble in fear. The King's Spirit nodded, and without hesitation, he gripped the halberd with his right hand. Countless halberd phantoms erupted, and Ling Yunji, who was hanging from the halberd, screamed in agony. His whole body was torn to shreds, and he was dead. Sect Master. The group of elders brought by High Heaven Sect all showed looks of fear and immediately fled in all directions. Unfortunately, these elders did not manage to escape very far before they were intercepted by Zhang Jiqing's group of 4. Under Zhuo Wen's signal, they were all dealt with. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. For everyone, Zhuo Wen's approach was extremely overbearing. First, he destroyed the Dark Illusion sect. Then he destroyed the team from High Heaven Sect. However, Zhuo Wen had the strength to destroy the Dark Illusion sect, so he was not afraid of High Heaven Sect. "Brother Zhuo, what's going on? I'm a little confused." Mo Fan looked at Zhuo Wen and found that the white-robed young man in front of him gave him a strange feeling. There was no doubt that Zhuo Wen's return had a huge impact on him. The King Spirit, who followed Zhuo Wen, was a master at the 8th Void Heaven stage, and the auras of Zhang Jiqing and the others were no weaker than his father, Emoji. They were obviously at the 7th Void Heaven stage. As for the short dwarf old man not far away, his aura was even more unfathomable. He was probably not an ordinary cultivator. It could be said that the team Zhuo Wen brought back this time was too strong. Yu Shan's beautiful eyes looked at Zhuo Wen in confusion. Obviously, she didn't expect that after Zhuo Wen returned, such an earth-shattering change had occurred. Mo Ji's eyes flashed, and he smiled warmly. "Zhuo Xiaoyu, do you want to come to Heavenly Demon Island?" Zhuo Wen smiled. He knew that Mo Ji wanted to build a good relationship with him. However, since Mo Ji had helped him before, Zhuo Wen did not intend to reject his good intentions. Seeing that Zhuo Wen had agreed, Mo Ji was quite happy. Shuo Xiaoyu will come with me to the flying ship. Do you want to come with us? Mo Ji smiled warmly. At the same time, his attention fell on the king's spirit and the others. We will go wherever master goes, the king's spirit replied indifferently. Zhang Jiqing and the others nodded, obviously agreeing with the king's spirit. Old man Wuqing, on the other hand, rested his head on his hands and said indifferently, Let's see what Shuo Xiaoyu can do. Mo Ji warmly invited Zhuowen and the others into the flying ship. At Zhuowen's request, he took all the resources of the demonic illusion sect and left. The people of the demonic illusion sect looked at the flying ship that was gradually disappearing, and the quiet atmosphere was immediately broken. They were all discussing what Zhuowen had done just now. The name Zhuowen was destined to shine in Dongyu and even the star field. The death of Ling Yunji and the elder group soon spread like wildfire to High Heaven sect. Ling Binbing was the old ancestor of High Heaven sect, and his cultivation was at the 8th step void heaven realm. Ling Binbing, who was in seclusion, had no choice but to come out. The sect master of High Heaven sect and the elder committee had been wiped out. So how could he, the old ancestor, remain in seclusion without doing anything? However, after Ling Binbing heard the rumors in the outside world, he did not look for Shuo Wenqing to denounce him. This king needs to leave for a while. During this time, the sect must keep the defensive array open. Otherwise, this king will come back with your heads as an apology. Chapter 2145. Magatami. After Ling Binbing left Dongyu, Mo Ji and the others brought Zhuowen back to Heavenly Demon Island. Mo Ji was quite enthusiastic and personally arranged a first-class room for Zhuowen and the others, even arranging beautiful maids for each room. Zhuowen, on the other hand, chatted with Mo Fan and Yu Shan for a while before returning to his room. When he returned to his room, the thunder fire sword came out. Xiao Hei sat on its hilt and said solemnly, Boy, you killed Ling Yunji and the others, so High Heaven sect's old ancestor Ling Binbing probably won't let this go, right? Zhuowen nodded and said, I know about this, and the news of me destroying the Dark Illusion sect should have reached Ling Binbing's ears, so he won't act rashly for the time being. Xiao Hei frowned slightly and looked at Zhuowen in confusion. You said for the time being? You mean Ling Binbing will still come and make a move on you? Zhuowen grinned and said, Of course, the sect master was killed and the elder group was destroyed. This is definitely a great shame for the sect, so Ling Binbing won't let it go easily. You mean Ling Binbing will call for reinforcements? Xiao Hei frowned. Zhuowen nodded and said, If I'm not wrong, Ling Binbing has probably already left High Heaven sect. But since I've already guessed it, I naturally won't let Ling Binbing leave just like that. Saying so, Zhuowen got up and walked out of the room. Boy, where are you going? Xiao Hei asked in surprise. To High Heaven sect, Zhuowen smiled slightly, but not long after he walked out of the room, a stalwart figure blocked Zhuowen's path. This person didn't look old and was dressed in black. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes glowed with a scarlet light. Seeing Zhuowen come out, this person grinned at Zhuowen with a demonic aura. You are, Zhuowen asked as he looked at the demonic youth in front of him with some surprise. Heavenly Devil Islands, Magatama. The demonic youth smiled. Magatama. Zhuowen's pupils constricted. He was no stranger to this name. Mo Ji had mentioned it to him before. He was the patriarch of Heavenly Devil Island. He didn't expect Magatama to suddenly visit him. So it's Senior Magatama. May I know why Senior has come? Zhuowen cupped his hands and asked. Although Zhuowen looked calm on the surface, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. The Heavenly Devil Island was considered the strongest of the 3 major powers in the Eastern universe, and it was also one of the top 10 sections. He could feel that this Magatama was even stronger than Yuwusi. It's nothing. This Mo just wanted to go to High Heaven sect with Shuo Xiaoyu. Magatama smiled. Zhuowen furrowed his brow and asked coldly, Were you eavesdropping just now? Magatama waved his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, "It's a misunderstanding. I wasn't eavesdropping. I just accidentally heard it. However, I have to remind you that High Heaven Sect's defensive spirit array is not weak, and I happen to be very familiar with it. Are you interested in cooperating with me? What benefits do I get from cooperating with you? Also, you shouldn't be cooperating with me for nothing, right?" Zhuowen asked with some vigilance. Magatama grinned and said, "If High Heaven Sect is breached this time, I will only take 20% of High Heaven Sect's resources. But I also want 10 drops of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. How about it?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I want 90% of High Heaven Sect's resources, and I can only give you 5 drops of Heavenly Domain Star Essence." Although this Magatama strength was not bad and was also at the Void Heaven 8 step, Zhuowen had the protection of Old Man Wuqing, a master at the peak of the Void Heaven 8 step, so he really did not fear Magatama. Magatama frowned slightly, but then smiled and said, "Good, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Let's set off now." Zhuowen said. Magatama nodded and said, "Then come with me. Heavenly Demon Island's airship is ready to go. I want to add in the masters around you. As long as we break High Heaven Sect's defensive spirit array, High Heaven Sect will be fish on the chopping block." Magatama led Zhuowen out of the sky above Heavenly Demon Island, and only then did Zhuowen discover that a dense number of combat airships had been arranged around Heavenly Demon Island. Zhuowen took a deep look at Magatama. He knew that Magatama had long planned to destroy High Heaven Sect after learning that he, Zhuowen, had the strength to destroy Dark Illusion Sect. As long as High Heaven Sect was destroyed, Heavenly Demon Island would dominate Dongyu and enjoy most of the resources and business, which would definitely be of great benefit to Heavenly Demon Island's future development. Zhuowen did not say anything about Magatama's scheming. After all, the two of them were on the same page in dealing with High Heaven Sect. In the team, Zhuowen also saw the organizer, Mo Shah, who obviously also saw Zhuowen and smiled kindly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not see Mo Fan and Yushan. Obviously, Mo Shah did not intend to let them participate in this operation. "Let's go." After Zhuowen, Magatama, and the others entered the main airship, Magatama gave the order to set off, and a dense group of airships swept through the starry sky like locusts. At the border of Dongyu, there was a huge transmission array. Ling Binbing walked over slowly, his gaze falling on the transmission array as he sneered and whispered, "This Zhuowen is really amazing. He actually brought a Void Heaven 8th Step Master with him this time. It seems that this boy has a big secret. I don't believe that the old fogies of the other star fields won't be interested in this boy. As long as those old fogies come, this boy's time of death will come." Ling Binbing was actually quite wary of Zhuowen. Of course, it was not that he did not consider the possibility that Zhuowen might attack High Heaven Sect. However, their High Heaven Sect's defensive array was a peak grade 8 spirit array, and an ordinary Void Heaven 8 step cultivator might not necessarily be able to break it. After all, Zhuowen's foundation was too shallow, and Ling Binbing did not need to wait too long to invite those old fogies through the transmission array. So Ling Binbing left High Heaven Sect without worry. What Ling Binbing did not expect was that Heavenly Demon Island would cooperate with Zhuowen. If he had known, he would not have left High Heaven Sect without permission and gone to other places in the star field. "Just you wait, Zhuowen, you little grasshopper. You won't be able to jump around for long." Ling Binbing muttered to himself as he planned to jump into the transmission array. However, there was one figure who was even faster than Ling Binbing. This figure was one step ahead of Ling Binbing and arrived at the transmission array. Then this person wielded an incomparably huge halberd and smashed it against the transmission array without any hesitation. Then, under Ling Binbing's dull gaze, the ancient transmission array collapsed inch by inch, shattering into countless pieces. You dare destroy the ancient transmission array? You court death." Ling Binbing's face was livid with anger as he roared angrily at this figure. Immediately after, he took out a huge scythe and blasted it towards this figure without any hesitation. The scythe was extremely sharp, and the moment it cut through the starry sky, the nearby stars all exploded. An invisible sharp aura surged and gathered around this figure, as if it wanted to completely crush him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the figure swung the halberd in his hand, and the violent astral winds caused the surrounding space to distort, forming a starry round shield. It actually blocked all the dense and sharp chi forces. After a series of explosions, this figure finally revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. "Who are you?" Ling Binbing's gaze was solemn as he looked at this middle-aged man and asked. Chapter 2146. Cooperation the moment he heard the name Zhuowen. Ling Binbing had a bad premonition in his heart. In High Heaven sect, Ling Binbing had heard rumors that Zhuowen had an 8-step void sky slave. At first, he didn't believe it, but now he had no choice but to believe it. This little bastard actually guessed this king's whereabouts. Ling Binbing slowly calmed down and stared coldly at the Emperor Spirit. From the looks of it, you've only just broken through to the 8-step void sky. Do you think you can stop me? Where did Zhuowen go? Tell him to come out too. The corners of the Emperor Spirit's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he said, "It's enough to stop you. As for Master, he has already gone to High Heaven sect." Ling Binbing's gaze changed slightly, but soon he sneered. He doesn't even have an 8-step void sky slave with him. This boy can't break through High Heaven sect's grand array. Oh, what if Heavenly Demon Island's Megatama and its fleet are added in? Do you still think you can't break through High Heaven sect's grand array? The Emperor's Spirit sneered. Ling Binbing's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Heavenly Demon Island to also want to get involved. What's more, Megatama was the strongest 8-step void sky cultivator among the 3 great forces of Dongyu. Because the 3 great forces of Dongyu were in a competitive relationship with each other, each of them knew the weaknesses of their respective sects' grand arrays. Now that Ling Binbing was not in High Heaven sect, the grand array was much weaker than usual. With Megatama and Heavenly Demon Island's forces, High Heaven sect's grand array would not last long. I have to go back quickly. Ling Binbing stomped his right foot, intending to return to High Heaven sect. Unfortunately, a large halberd pierced through the air and nailed itself in front of Ling Binbing. A powerful halberd phantom swept over like a storm, forcing Ling Binbing to retreat a few steps. "You can't go back yet," the Emperor's Spirit said indifferently. "You court death." Ling Binbing roared angrily and slammed his right palm into the starry sky. Instantly, his divine power swam like a dragon and transformed into a variety of illusory weapons around him. Each of these weapons exuded a peerless radiance. The terrifying weapon shadow set off a storm, and the halberd shadow in front of it was instantly torn apart. The King's Spirit was not afraid of Ling Binbing. Although he had just reached Void Sky 8 levels, he had a lot of heavenly star essence. He could fight Ling Binbing with all his might. The purpose of the Emperor's Spirit this time was to delay Ling Binbing. After Zhua, when completely destroyed High Heaven sect, the Emperor's Spirit would come to join him and take down Ling Binbing. Inside the flying ship, Zhuowen held the ice lotus in his right hand. With a thought, the petals on the ice lotus fell off and attached themselves to Zhuowen's body, forming a crystal clear ice armor. At the same time, the petal of the lotus seat was like a praying mat, quietly floating under Zhuowen's feet, lifting him up into the air. Through the lotus seat and lotus flower, Zhuowen discovered that the laws of the surrounding starry sky were within his reach. I really didn't expect this ice lotus to not be used for defense, but mainly for cultivation. By cultivating with this ice lotus, one can actually directly touch upon the laws of the universe. Zhuowen slowly put away the ice lotus, a look of joy appearing in his eyes. The ice lotus was obtained from the dark spirit sect's forbidden area, Nether Hall, where Yu Wu Si was in seclusion when he wreaked havoc in the dark spirit sect. Now that Zhuo Wen had returned to this place and destroyed the dark mirage sect, Yu Wu Si had also become his prisoner. As for the true use of the ice lotus, Zhuo Wen had naturally obtained it from Yu Wu Si's memories. From Yu Wu Si's memories, Yang Kai learned that this ice lotus was obtained by chance in his early years. Because this ice lotus allowed one to directly touch upon the laws of the universe while cultivating, Yu Wu Si's cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary cultivators. In a short period of time, he had successfully reached Void Sky 8 levels. At that time, Yu Wu Si was the youngest of the 8 great sects to reach Void Sky 8 levels. However, after Yu Wu Si's cultivation reached Void Sky 8 levels, the ice lotus did not have much of an effect on his cultivation. Even if he completely grasped the laws of the universe, it was useless because what he needed to reach Void Sky 9 levels was not the laws of the universe, but a trace of the heavenly Tao. Although the ice lotus did not have much of an effect on Yu Wu Si's cultivation, its defensive power was comparable to a secondary heaven-shattering divine artifact. So Yu Wu Si treasured this ice lotus very much. Back then, Yu Wu Si had pursued Zhuo Wen so closely because of this ice lotus. This Yu Wu Si is not simple. The other sects don't even know that he has this ice lotus. If Yu Wu Si had the ice lotus with him, even old man Wu Qing wouldn't have been able to kill him. Zhuo Wen's eyes turned solemn. The defensive power of this ice lotus was really strong. With Yu Wu Si's help, it would be too difficult for old man Wu Qing to kill Yu Wu Si. Fortunately, Zhuo Wen had taken this ice lotus away, causing Yu Wu Si to lose this powerful divine artifact. After destroying High Heaven Sect, I must enter secluded cultivation. Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed. He now had 2 supreme treasures, the Ice Lotus and the Azure Wave Sealed Realm, so he was very confident in reaching Void Sky 5 levels. Shuoshayu, we've arrived at High Heaven Sect. Although I know the weakness of the defensive array, I still need to borrow the power of your servant. Magatama's voice came from outside the room. Okay. Zhuo Wen thought for a moment before agreeing. On the deck of the main airship, Magatama stood with his hands behind his back at the front of the deck, while Mo-I stood respectfully behind him. Zhuo Wen slowly walked behind Magatama, followed by Zhang Ziqing and the others silently, while old man Wu Qing leisurely strolled around the deck. Magatama turned and glanced at Zhuo Wen before looking meaningfully at old man Wu Qing, who was strolling around the deck, and said, "If this old man takes action, the defensive array can be broken in an instant." Old man Wu Qing shrugged and said, "This old man won't take action unless this little brat gives me a reward." Zhuo Wen's face twitched. How could he not know that the reward old man Wu Qing mentioned was the heavenly Tao blood? This thing would be depleted the more he used it, so he didn't want to continue wasting it. Moreover, Zhuo Wen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that old man Wu Qing's aura had become thicker and more powerful than before. Although he still looked like a dwarf, he gave off the illusion of being tall and mighty. It seems that this old man used that drop of heavenly Tao blood. I'll let the 4 of them assist you. How long will it take to break the array? Zhuo Wen asked, pointing to Zhang Ziqing and the others behind him. Maybe 2 or 4 hours. Come down with me now. Also, Mo-I, if those reckless disciples of High Heaven sect dare to come out and cause trouble, kill them all. Magatama looked at Mo-I and said. Mo-I hurriedly nodded. Magatama nodded with satisfaction and led Zhang Ziqing and the others out of the main airship. It's Heavenly Demon Island. I didn't expect Heavenly Demon Island to attack our High Heaven sect. What should we do? Old Ancestor has left, and Sect Master and the Elder Group have been wiped out. We are no match for Heavenly Demon Island. Chapter 2147. Elder by Everyone, don't panic. Old Ancestor will soon return with reinforcements. We still have the defensive spirit array, so as long as we hide inside, Heavenly Demon Island's army won't be able to break in. A middle-aged man stood out and shouted, temporarily calming the crowd's panicked emotions. That's Heavenly Demon Island's old ancestor, Magatama. He came in to break the spirit array. What should we do? He's an 8th-step void sky master. Suddenly, a disciple noticed that Magatama, with Zhang Ziqing's group of 4, had landed on the defensive spirit array. Attack them! The middle-aged man's face changed slightly, and he immediately arranged for people to stop Magatama's group of 5. However, the moment these High Heaven Sect disciples left the protective array, they were blasted to smithereens by Heavenly Demon Island's airships. Zhuowen jumped down from the airship and looked down at the many High Heaven Sect disciples. Everyone, I have no grievances with you and have no intention of targeting you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Swear to leave High Heaven Sect, and I'll let them go immediately. As soon as these words came out, the many High Heaven Sect disciples, who were originally filled with panic, calmed down, their eyes filled with hope. They naturally recognized the young man in white who jumped out of the main airship as Zhuowen, the one who destroyed the Serene Illusion Sect. In the eyes of many High Heaven Sect disciples, Zhuowen and Heavenly Demon Island were too powerful, and their High Heaven Sect was no match for them. Everyone, don't be fooled by this boy. Old Ancestor will be back soon, and when Old Ancestor returns, if you leave High Heaven Sect, you know the consequences. The defensive spirit array can still hold on for a while, so don't give up. A sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd, and Zhuowen turned his head and saw a familiar figure. It was an old-fashioned old man, and Zhuowen happened to have met this old-fashioned old man once before. When he first entered Dongyu, Renyangon had given him a recommendation letter to become an inner sect disciple of High Heaven Sect. At that time, Zhuowen came to High Heaven Sect with a recommendation letter, but he was rejected by this old-fashioned old man and even threatened to kick him out. At that time, the disciple guarding the door seemed to have called this old-fashioned old man Elder Bai. Now that so many years had passed, he could still meet this Elder Bai. Indeed, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Elder Bai also noticed Zhuo Wen's gaze. His expression changed slightly, and he could not help but take a few steps back. When he first learned of Zhuo Wen's name, he didn't know that Zhuo Wen was Long Wen. However, ever since he learned that Zhuo Wen had destroyed the Hidden Illusion Pavilion, he was certain that the young man he had rejected was the audacious and infamous Zhuo Wen. Back then, Zhuo Wen had caused an uproar in the Starfield and was a household name. Although Elder Bai was shocked by Zhuo Wen's actions, he did not take it to heart. After all, in Elder Bai's opinion, this Zhuo Wen was wanted by the 8 great sects and had no path to heaven or earth. If he was caught, he would definitely die. However, when he heard that this Zhuo Wen had destroyed Dark Illusion Sect after returning, and even their sect master had fallen at his hands, Elder Bai truly panicked. He was afraid that Zhuo Wen would still remember him, afraid that Zhuo Wen would find trouble with him, so he strongly opposed High Heaven Sect's surrender. You don't have much time. After the spirit array is broken, if you still haven't left High Heaven Sect, don't blame this Zhuo for being ruthless. Saying so, the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes was no longer concealed, causing the many High Heaven Sect disciples inside the spirit array to tremble in fear. Zhuo Wen floated silently above High Heaven Sect, the many airships behind him glaring fiercely as the High Heaven Sect disciples trembled and hesitated. Time passed slowly, and soon an hour had passed. The spirit array above High Heaven Sect trembled violently and gradually dimmed, a clear sign that it was about to break. This spirit array won't last much longer. I'll give you one more chance. Swear to leave High Heaven Sect, and I'll let you live, Zhuo Wen said again. I swear to leave High Heaven Sect. Finally, a High Heaven Sect disciple could not stand the tension and swore loudly. With one taking the lead, there was naturally a second. Most of the cultivators in High Heaven Sect put down their weapons and swore to leave High Heaven Sect. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk at the same time. The spirit array was finally broken. The other disciples who were originally hesitating hurriedly swore to surrender loudly. Those who swore to leave High Heaven Sect can leave now. The rest are not allowed to leave. Magatama laughed happily and immediately ordered the Heavenly Demon Island disciples to surround High Heaven Sect. More than 90% of High Heaven Sect's disciples had sworn to leave High Heaven Sect, so they were basically let go. The remaining 10% were High Heaven Sect's core disciples, who were also loyal supporters of High Heaven Sect. Even if they died, they did not intend to leave High Heaven Sect. This group of core disciples was wiped out by Magatama's people. Wait. When an old-fashioned old man walked out of the encirclement, Zhuowen suddenly stopped him. This old-fashioned old man had his back to Zhuowen and was trembling all over. Sir, I swore to leave High Heaven Sect. I am no longer a member of High Heaven Sect. Before Zhuowen could speak, the old-fashioned old man spoke first. Turn around, Elder Bai. Zhuowen said coldly. The old-fashioned old man trembled all over and could only slowly turn around, lowering his head, not daring to look at Zhuowen. Elder Bai, do you still remember the first time I came to High Heaven Sect? Zhuowen said with a smile. Elder Bai's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he knelt on the ground and hurriedly pleaded. Sir Zhuowen, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive this lowly one's transgressions and spare this lowly one this once. Zhuowen said faintly, How do you think I can spare you? Elder Bai trembled even more violently as he grit his teeth and severed one of his arms. From now on, this arm is crippled and will never be used again. Zhuowen looked at Elder Bai, who was enduring severe pain, and could see that the foundation of Elder Bai's right arm had been severed. Even the power of the Void Bridge could not be restored. In the future, Elder Bai's strength would be greatly reduced, and there would be no hope for him to break through. Zhuowen waved his hand and said dispiritedly, Scram! Elder Bai hurriedly nodded and left the place. Shuoshayu, taking down High Heaven Sect, is easier than we thought. The list of High Heaven Sect's resources is here. You can take a look at it, and when the time comes, you can choose which 90% you want first. Magatama landed in front of Zhuowen and handed a jade slip to Zhuowen, which recorded all the resource reserves of High Heaven Sect. Zhuowen threw the jade slip to Zhang Jiqing and instructed him to make a decision before taking out a jade bottle from his spirit ring and handing it to Magatama. Senior, many thanks for your help this time. Here are 5 drops of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. Chapter 2148. The plan after putting away the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, Magatama was obviously much more enthusiastic than before. Zhuowen also knew that Mo Tian's main purpose in helping him eradicate High Heaven Sect was to obtain the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. Of course, it was also because High Heaven Sect was a competing force on Heavenly Demon Island. But that was definitely not the main reason. HM? Someone's coming. Magatama raised his head and looked into the distance, where a stream of light was quickly rushing over. Zhuowen looked over and said, It's my servant. This stream of light was extremely fast and arrived at the open space where Zhuowen was in an instant, revealing the figure of the Emperor Spirit, who knelt in front of Zhuowen on one knee. Master! This subordinate was incompetent and let Ling Binbing escape. The Emperor's Spirit apologized. It's fine. I sent you to delay Ling Binbing. Now that High Heaven Sect has been destroyed, Ling Binbing has escaped. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, After all, Ling Binbing was High Heaven Sect's old ancestor. His strength might not be as good as Yu Wuxi's, but he must have some trump cards. The Emperor's Spirit had just broken through to the Void Sky 8 steps, so killing Ling Binbing was obviously beyond his ability. Magatama's eyes flashed as he said, Zhuoshayu, you'd better be careful of Ling Binbing. That old man might go to other places in the star field and encourage the old ancestors of other sects who have grievances with you to deal with you. Zhuowen smiled and said, Dongyu is now Heavenly Demon Island's territory. Senior Magatama, you won't let the old ancestors of other sects come to Dongyu so easily, right? Moreover, I haven't finished collecting my debt yet. Saying so, Zhuowen handed a jade bottle to Magatama. Magatama's heart moved. Even if he did not open the bottle, he knew that it contained the heavenly domain star essence. You are very bold. Could it be that you deliberately let Ling Binbing go? Magatama frowned slightly. He began to be unable to see through the white-clothed youth in front of him. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just a pleasant surprise. Since Ling Binbing has escaped, we'll just beat him at his own game. However, we'll need the cooperation of Senior and your Heavenly Devil Island. Zhuowen clasped his hands. Magatama nodded. I will definitely help you if I can. The ancestors of the other sects aren't fools. They won't make a move against the Heavenly Devil Island just because of Ling Binbing's instigation. After all, the Heavenly Devil Island is the local tyrant of the Eastern Universe. However, those old fellows will likely target you. Thus, you should be the one to be careful. Zhuowen said solemnly, Senior, your Heavenly Devil Island should also have an ancient teleportation array, right? Magatama took a deep look at Zhuowen. He had some guesses about the latter's plan. He said solemnly, You want to lure the tiger away from the mountain after Ling Binbing summons the other senior members of the sect. Yes, at that time, I will destroy the ancient teleportation array. After this is over, this junior will compensate senior for the ancient teleportation array, Zhuowen said. Magatama frowned slightly, but shook his head. You can't teleport within the Heavenly Devil Island because you will drag the Heavenly Devil Island down with you. You are a loose cultivator and can escape without any scruples, but I'm different. The Heavenly Devil Island is my foundation. Then how about this? Zhuowen transmitted his voice to Magatama and told him his plan. Magatama, who was frowning slightly, immediately relaxed and nodded with a smile. This plan is good. This way, the other old fellows won't be able to get anything on the Heavenly Devil Island. Then it's settled. Next, we'll see when Ling Binbing summons reinforcements, Zhuowen whispered with a sneer. The destruction of the Dark Mirage sect and the High Heaven sect shocked the entire Eastern Universe and even the star field. All the cultivators discussed animatedly, setting off a wave of excitement. At the same time, Zhuowen's name once again shook the entire star field. More than a decade ago, Zhuowen's name had already resounded like thunder in the star field. First place in the Interstellar System Grand Tournament, toying with the 8 great sect masters, and even wreaking havoc in the Dark Mirage sect. Everything Zhuowen did back then was talked about enthusiastically and caused a great sensation. But more than a decade later, Zhuowen returned to Eastern Universe again and directly destroyed the Dark Mirage sect. The destruction of the High Heaven sect was also due to Zhuowen's help. The destruction of the 2 great sects caused Zhuowen's reputation to reach an unprecedented height. He was also listed by many cultivators as a ruthless person that they could not afford to provoke. There were even some rumors that described Zhuowen as a ferocious and repulsive demon that was used to scare some young children. While the outside world was abuzz with rumors, Zhuowen himself was cultivating in the private room arranged by the demonic barrier on the Heavenly Devil Island. At this moment, Zhuowen was sitting on an ice lotus, surrounded by petals, as he silently sensed the starry sky laws. His understanding of the starry sky laws was also becoming deeper and deeper. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dwarf old man sitting on the table in front of the room. He said, Senior Wu Qing, why don't you knock every time you come in? Old Wu Qing looked at his crossed legs and said, This old man doesn't have that habit. Could it be that you have something that can't be seen? Old Wu Qing cast a sidelong glance at the lotus seat Zhuowen was sitting on and smiled meaningfully. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he put away the lotus seat. He said, "You should have seen the ancient teleportation array on the heavenly Devil Island, right? Can you imitate the ancient teleportation array and set up a new one?" Old Wu Qing frowned and said, "I've seen the ancient teleportation array. It should be a teleportation array left behind from 1,000,000 years ago. It can teleport across most of the heaven domain. It's an extremely complicated and profound formation. I have to say that those formation masters from millions of years ago are really too powerful. The teleportation array really is very far away. Now, only a 9th level formation master can set it up, and it might not even succeed." With that, Zhuowen frowned and said, "You mean you can't set it up?" Old man Wu Qing was flustered and exasperated. "Bullshit. If we were to set up an ancient teleportation array for no reason, I would indeed be powerless. However, with this ready-made ancient teleportation array as a reference, it is more than enough to set up this ancient teleportation array." "Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, Senior. I hope you can set up an ancient teleportation array here." Zhuowen grinned and took out a jade slip, handing it to old Wu Qing. The jade slip recorded the star chart of Dongyu. "You plan to set up an ancient teleportation array at the old site of the demonic illusion sect." Old Wu Qing looked at the star chart and asked in surprise, "Yes, there aren't many ancient teleportation arrays in Dongyu. They were destroyed when the demonic illusion sect and high heaven sect were destroyed. The ancient teleportation array at the border of Dongyu was also destroyed by the Emperor Spirit. Other than the ancient teleportation array on the heavenly Devil Island, there isn't a second ancient teleportation array in Dongyu," Zhuowen said. Originally, Zhuowen planned to use the ancient teleportation array on heavenly Devil Island, but this would cause trouble for heavenly Devil Island. So Zhuowen planned to let old Wu Qing imitate the ancient teleportation array and set up a temporary teleportation array. Ordinary teleportation arrays couldn't teleport very far. Only this ancient teleportation array could cross the heaven domain and teleport cultivators from Dongyu to other places in the star field. The star field was too big. If he flew by flying ship, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. Zhuowen didn't have that much time. Chapter 2149. The 20th Fire. Old man Wu Qing thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, but this ancient teleportation formation isn't simple. Even if it's a temporary teleportation formation, it will take at least a month." "That's enough time." Zhuowen nodded. After old man Wu Qing left, Zhuowen sat in the room for a while. He then waved his sleeve and summoned a green whirlpool. "For the remaining time, I'll cultivate in the Songlan Mystery Land. If my original body can break through the void sky 5th step in this period of time, it'll be best." Zhuowen muttered and entered the green whirlpool. In the Songlan Mystery Land, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged. The 5 of them were naturally Zhuowen's 5 servants, king spirits, Zhang Ziqing, Song Binhong, Lu Manfeng, and Chao Tairan. At that moment, Zhuowen urgently needed stronger assistance. Hence, he would naturally spare no effort in assisting the 5 of them. After all, the stronger the 5 of them were, the more help they would be to him, especially Zhang Ziqing. He was already at the peak of the Void Sky 7th step and was only half a step away from the Void Sky 8th step. If he could successfully advance to the Void Sky 8th step in this period of time, it would be of great help to Zhuowen's next plan. "Master!" Seeing Zhuowen enter, the 5 of them quickly stood up and bowed to Zhuowen respectfully. After Zhuowen signaled the 5 of them to cultivate, he found a spot and took out the ice lotus to continue cultivating. At the same time, he summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen had already passed through 18 fires. He was only 2 more fires away from becoming real God, Supreme Fire. Once he became real God, Supreme Fire, Zhuowen's fighting power would be enough to kill a Void Sky 7th step cultivator easily. He wouldn't even be afraid of a void sky 8th step cultivator. The calamity crystals are almost used up. This is the last of the reserves. Zhuowen looked at the disaster crystals that were piled up into a small mountain around the black-clothed Zhuowen and sighed. He didn't know if the last disaster crystals would be able to help the black-clothed Zhuowen become real God extreme, fire completely. Moreover, after using up all the disaster crystals, Zhuowen was a bit distressed. Where would he go to find more disaster crystals? Could it be that he was going to enter Zhong's training grounds again? He heard that since the last interstellar system great competition, the Central Universe trial ground had been closed. The cultivators who stayed in the trial ground had basically been driven out. Entering the trial ground to fish for disaster crystals was obviously not realistic. Let's use up these disaster crystals first. When the time comes, I'll ask around and see if there are any other places that have reserves of disaster crystals other than the Central Universe trial ground. The eyes of the black-clothed Zhuowen flickered. He calmed his heart, slowly closed his eyes, and began to absorb the energy within the calamity crystal. The demonic mist around him continued to churn. Time passed day by day, and soon more than a month had passed. The 6 people in the Songlan secret realm had all gained something, especially Zhang Jiqing. The aura on his body was much stronger than before, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Zhuowen's main body slowly opened his eyes and walked down from the lotus seat with a trace of pity in his eyes. In the past 2 months, under the interaction of the Ice Lotus and the Songlan secret realm, his progress was actually very fast. His aura had already reached the peak of the 4th step of the Void Sky Realm. However, there was still a gap between him and the 5th step of the Void Sky Realm. Zhuowen knew that it wasn't because he didn't have enough resources, but because his realm wasn't high enough. After all, Zhuowen's breakthrough speed was too fast. It had only been more than 10 years since he advanced to the Void Sky Realm, but he had already reached the 4th step of the Void Sky Realm and pierced through the starry sky. 4 Void Sky cultivators more than 10 years was like a snap of a finger. It was extremely short. Most Void Sky cultivators would need hundreds or thousands of years to break through a small realm. Some even needed tens of thousands of years. People like Zhuowen, who broke through several realms consecutively in more than 10 years, were considered rare. Of course, this was all because of Zhuowen's heaven-defying opportunities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate so fast by relying on his cultivation alone. Whoosh! Suddenly, strong and dazzling sparks surged, and the temperature of the entire Songlan secret realm rose sharply. In an instant, it became like a furnace. Dealing and the other 4 awakened, and their gazes involuntarily fell on the black-robed Zhuowen not far away. The calamity crystals around the black-clothed Zhuowen had long since turned to dust. Even the demonic mist covering his body had dissipated, revealing the black-clothed Zhuowen's slender figure. Flames emerged from the bottom of Zhuowen's feet. These flames weren't the usual fiery red but purple-black. They looked extremely evil. The 19th fire, Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. With a wave of his sleeve, everyone in the Songlan secret realm was teleported out. Boom! The moment the black-clothed Zhuowen appeared outside, the surging purple-black flames were like a berserk dragon that spread in all directions. "Leave this room," Zhuowen shouted in a low voice and left the room first. Dealing and the others followed closely behind. After the 6 of them left the room, the huge pavilion was engulfed by the purple-black flames and turned into fine powder. The black-robed Zhuowen took a step forward and leaped into the starry sky. He sat down cross-legged as purplish-black flames stirred up terrifying gales that constantly swept out. The starry sky within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers was actually filled with the purplish-black flames. Zhuowen's strange behavior attracted the attention of many Sky Demon Island disciples. Even the leader, Mara, and the ancestor, Megatama, came out to look at the sky. "It's a fire. What a scary power. This is not an ordinary fire. Mara squinted his eyes. Magatama nodded and said, "This is the 19th fire. That should be Zhuo Xiaoyu's avatar, right? It seems that Zhuo Xiaoyu wants this avatar to walk the same path as Crepe Myrtle Star King. 3 extreme realms? Even Crepe Myrtle Star King failed. Is this possible?" Mara asked with surprise. "Who knows? Huh. The fire's power is increasing. The 20th fire is coming at once." Magatama was shocked and looked in that direction. In the sky above, the purple-black flames were twisting and collapsing. Then, above the flames, there was a giant hole. Deep inside the hole, there was a claw bigger than Sky Demon Island. The claw was huge, and its surface was covered with purple-black flames. It burned fiercely, and it had the power to cover the sky. When the claw appeared, it attacked the black-robed Zhuowen, who was surrounded by the purple-black flames. "The 20th fire is coming. That's scary." Zhuowen's real body looked gloomy. Without hesitation, he threw the ice lotus to the black-robed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen received the ice lotus. Immediately, he held the ice lotus with both hands. The ice lotus immediately began to swell. Finally, it turned into an incomparably huge ice lotus that blotted out the sun. It was lifelike, crystal clear, and had a threatening cold aura. Rumble! The claw and ice lotus collided. The entire sky shook. The purple-black flames and the icy blue cold air rose, dividing the sky above into 2 extreme regions. Chapter 2150. Counterattack of the Great Path. Activate the Great Defensive Formation. The 20th fire of Zhuowen's clone is too intimidating. Magatama changed his visage. He leaped into the air, his hands making hand seals. Instantly, the Great Defensive Formation of the Heavenly Demon Island was activated. In the starry sky, the half-fire, half-ice world had already descended the moment the protective array was activated. It slammed into the array, causing it to tremble violently and totter on the verge of collapse. Zhuowen's real body was being protected by the king's spirits, moving away from the Heavenly Demon Island. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was dark like water. Through the connection with his clone, he found that his clone wasn't in a good condition. Although the Ice Lotus's ice ability was indeed powerful, the 19th and 20th fires had caught the clone in the middle, and even the Ice Lotus was barely able to withstand them. Moreover, his clone had to endure the tremendous impact of the collision between the ice and fire energies. His bones were cracking and they were breaking. What a terrifying impact! Seems like if the clone doesn't show his real body, he can't resist for a long time. Zhuowen sighed. In the center of the fire, the black-clothed Zhuowen faced the sky and roared. Demon mist rolled unceasingly from his body. His tiny body expanded rapidly, revealing Devour's massive body, which wasn't smaller than the Heavenly Demon Island. Why is Zhuowen's real body so big? Is it a giant star beast? Magatama and the others had their eyes twinkling. Looking at Devour's giant body, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After Devour had revealed his real body, his tough body and the cold air of the Ice Lotus had helped him resist the terrifying fire. Now, we just need to wait for the fire to subside. Zhuowen's real body stood in the starry sky, watching Devour resist the fire, his eyes twinkling. The fire had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. When the 3rd day was about to pass, Zhuowen thought that the fire would subside. However, things didn't go as he wished. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, a massive hole appeared in the sky. The giant claw created by the fire energy tore the sky, creating a hole that was dozens of times bigger than the previous one. A fire Qilin that was even more intimidating than Devour slowly walked out of the hole. Its pair of dark purple eyes gazed at Devour coldly, which made people shudder. What's going on? The fire didn't subside. How come it's getting stronger? The king's spirits muttered in fright. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He gazed at the giant fire Qilin and said, "This fire Qilin It isn't the power of the starry sky. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. Although it's only a trace of the heavenly Tao's rules, it's still the power of the heavenly Tao. Little guy, where did this clone of yours come from? Why did it cause the obstruction of the heavenly Tao's rules when it passed through the 20th fire? An aged voice suddenly rang out. Old Wuching had appeared beside Zhuo Wen at some unknown time. His turbid eyes were also staring at the huge fire qilin. Senior, could it be that you can't tell the origin of this clone of mine? He's Devour from the star race. Zhuo Wen looked at Old Ruthless. Although Devour was almost extinct in the 8 heavens, he knew that old monsters like Old Ruthless and Magatama, who had lived for so long, could recognize Devour's real body at first glance. Old man Wu Qing shook his head and said, No, although Devour is a strong clan in the starry sky, it's far from being devoured by the Great Path's rules. At most, it's repelled by the starry sky's rules. However, your clone is repelled by the Great Path's rules. Zhuo Wen was startled. According to Old Ruthless, his clone wasn't Devour, right? Kid, you don't need to be so shocked. Judging from the features of your clone, it's Devour from the starry sky. However, your clone isn't an ordinary Devour. Otherwise, how could the Great Path reject you? How did you get this doppelganger? Old man Wu Qing seemed to have noticed Zhuo Wen's strange expression and could not help but ask in surprise. I got Devour's larva by chance, so I seized it. Zhuo Wen smiled embarrassedly, but his heart was gloomy. When he knew that the naughty Shiva and Tai Ching cared a lot about Devour's larva, Zhuo Wen felt a little strange. No matter what, those two were the supreme existences of the 9 heavens territories in the void sky. Even though Devour was a strong clan in the starry sky, it was still barely comparable to them. But now he realized that he was wrong. Devour wasn't simple at all. It was possible that he had something that both Sakyamuni and Tai Ching wanted. However, Zhuo Wen couldn't figure out what it was. Moreover, he didn't understand one thing. With Sakyamuni and Tai Ching's strength, it should be easy for them to seize Devour's clone. However, Tai Ching didn't do that. After the bet with the naughty Shiva, Zhuo Wen hadn't seen the naughty Shiva even once. The naughty Shiva seemed to have forgotten about him. This Devour isn't simple. Zhuo Wen raised his vigilance. Previously, he was a bystander, so he didn't see Devour's difference. But now, after the 20th fire, Old Ruthless reminded him. He knew that Devour could trigger the Great Path's power. It was unimaginable. Boom! 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 At this moment, the fire qilin was engaged in a fierce battle with Devour. Devour's body, combined with the cold air of the ice lotus, made it hard for him to defeat the fire qilin. Moreover, Devour had released his innate ability. However, the fire qilin had a wisp of the Great Path's principle. No matter how fierce Devour was, he was still suppressed by the fire qilin. Kid, let's cooperate. Old Ruthless suddenly said to Zhuo Wen. What, cooperate? Zhuo Wen frowned. The fire qilin has a wisp of the Great Path's principle. Although it's very small, much smaller than your Great Path blood, it can still extract the Great Path's principle. Do you dare to snatch the Great Path's principle with this old man? Old Ruthless licked his lips. Zhuo Wen was extremely calm. He asked, How can we extract the Great Path's blood? With the Great Path's blood as a guide and this old man's skill in formations, there's a high chance that we can extract the Great Path's principle from the fire qilin. As long as the Great Path's principle is extracted, the fire qilin won't be a match for your clone, Old Ruthless continued. Okay, we'll split the extracted Great Path's blood in half. Old Ruthless nodded. Then he signaled Zhuo Wen with his eyes. The two of them dashed into the fire at the same time. Old Ancestor, Zhuo Wen, and the dwarf old man have entered the fire! In the heavenly demon island, mages noticed Zhuo Wen and Old Ruthless. Chapter 2151. Old man Wu Qing makes a move. I'll cover you. Be careful. I just calculated that the trace of heavenly law is between the fire Qilin's eyebrows. You have to get close to the fire Qilin. As old man Wu Qing dodged the incoming fire, he took out a formation disc from his spirit ring and tossed it to Zhuowen. He continued, "This formation disc can turn the laws of the heavenly Tao into corporeal, heavenly Tao blood. Keep it safe." After saying that, old man Wu Qing leaped up. His skinny right hand pinched the air, and a 3-meter-long saber appeared in his hand. On the blade of this saber, there were vivid and lifelike drawings of fluttering bamboo leaves. When the blade slashed through the air, it actually brought along the after-images of fluttering bamboo leaves, giving people a tranquil feeling of being in a bamboo forest. If someone thought that the bamboo leaves were harmless, they would be gravely mistaken. The bamboo leaves were formed from old man Wu Qing's intent realm. Old man Wu Qing's intent realm was that the world was emotionless. Anything in the world, whether beautiful or ugly, could be fatal. The bamboo leaves were even sharper and more terrifying than divine weapons. Bamboo wind profound. The moment old man Wu Qing rushed out, he slashed out with the saber in his hand. The bamboo leaves surrounding the saber were like a terrifying hurricane, blowing up and slamming into the fire Qilin's body. Bang! 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 The fire Qilin was originally fighting against Devour's array, so it naturally did not guard against old man Wu Qing. At this moment, the bamboo leaves slammed into its chest, creating a huge flaming hole. The fire Qilin was thoroughly enraged. The fire Qilin roared furiously and pushed its claws forward. Devour was pushed back several thousand steps. Then, the fire Qilin's terrifying flaming eyes stared coldly at old man Wu Qing. It opened its mouth and spat out a purple-black pillar of fire at old man Wu Qing. Bamboo wall! However, old man Wu Qing did not panic. He struck out with his left hand, and huge bamboo phantoms that were as tall and straight as mountains appeared in front of him. They formed a bamboo wall in front of him. The bamboo wall was penetrated by the flames, but old man Wu Qing had already appeared behind the fire Qilin. He slashed out with his saber, and the crescent-shaped saber light was wrapped by countless bamboo leaves. It was like the saber light of a bamboo forest swordsman. Bamboo forest blade aura. The blade light hit the fire Qilin's back, making it roar in pain. Then the fire Qilin abandoned Devour and focused on attacking old Ruthless. For a time, old man Wu Qing was in a rather difficult situation. Good chance. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He knew that old man Ruthless was planning on using him as a live target to attract the fire Qilin's attention, giving him a chance to approach the fire Qilin. Zhuowen leaped into the air and unfolded the torch dragon wings on his back. His speed reached the level of shrinking the ground as he instantly landed above the fire Qilin's head. Then he quickly took out a white jade box from his spirit ring and opened the lid, revealing the blue blood of the heavenly way. Perhaps it had sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao blood. The fire Qilin's body stiffened. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. Taking advantage of the moment, the fire Qilin's body stiffened. He stepped between the fire Qilin's eyebrows and unceremoniously pressed the disc formation that old man Wu Qing had given him into the fire Qilin's forehead. Roar! The moment the disc formation entered the fire Qilin's forehead, the latter roared in pain and swung its huge head. Zhuowen, who was standing between the fire Qilin's eyebrows, could not help but be thrown out. At the same time, the fire Qilin's huge beast claw ruthlessly slashed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze was gloomy as he immediately summoned the king's sword. He used the king's sword to control more than 9,000 ancient swords, forming a dense sword wall around him. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the fire Qilin's strength was too strong. The sword wall did not last long before it was instantly broken. Zhuowen had no choice but to use the no-beginning Devil Golden sword to block in front of him. He even took out the supreme, dazzling Sunblade to deal with it at any time. Uft! The no-beginning Devil Golden sword was instantly broken. Instead, the supreme dazzling sun, blade, blocked it for 3 breaths of time. Zhuowen also used these 3 breaths of time to immediately leave the fire Qilin's range with the torch dragon wings. However, Zhuowen's face did not look too good. Because of the fire Qilin's attack, just now, nearly 1,000 of the 9,000 ancient swords had lost their brilliance and were severely damaged. As for the no-beginning Devil Golden Sword, it was broken into pieces directly and could be considered as completely useless. Zhuowen felt that it was a pity. The no-beginning Devil Golden Sword was refined when he was a real god, and it had always been handy to use. However, he also knew that as his strength increased, the no-beginning Devil Golden Sword would eventually be eliminated. However, he did not expect the no-beginning Devil Golden Sword to be eliminated in such a helpless manner. Moreover, as the no-beginning Devil Golden Sword was broken too thoroughly, even if the broken sword was repaired, its power would not be as strong as before. After keeping the broken sword, Zhuowen kept it in his spiritual ring. After all, it was his trump card back then, and he was prepared to keep it. As for the 1,000 ancient swords, although they were severely damaged, they could still be restored as long as they were repaired. After all, the ancient swords were refined by the ancient sword Sage King, and their quality was much higher than the no-beginning Devil Golden Sword. In the starry sky, the fire Qilin covered its forehead with its claws and roared continuously as if it had gone mad. Boom! At this moment, under Zhuowen's order, Devour stormed over and mercilessly beat the dog that had fallen into the water. Under Devour's stormy attacks, the fire Qilin retreated little by little. The flames on its body became dimmer, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Bang! Devour's claw hit the fire Qilin's face. The latter screamed and fell to the ground, gasping for its last breath. At the same time, a disc array slowly flew out from the fire Qilin's forehead. For drops of dark blue liquid floated above the disc array. Heavenly Path blood? Zhuowen's eyes brightened. He quickly approached the fire Qilin and waved his right hand, grabbing the disc array. Without the Heavenly Path's rules, the fire Qilin's power was not as strong as before. Under Devour's attack, it scattered in the starry sky. Kid, according to our agreement, you have to give me half of the Heavenly Path blood. Old Ruthless hurried over and said. Zhuowen did not say anything. He took out 2 drops of Heavenly Path blood and gave them to Old Ruthless. Then he sized up the black-clothed Zhuowen. At that moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen's aura was much stronger than before he had survived the fire. Moreover, the black-clothed Zhuowen's eyes would often flash with the light of thunder and fire. It seemed to indicate that his body contained the 2 extreme energies of extreme fire and extreme thunder at the same time. Finally, I've reached real God extreme fire. Only real God extreme wind is left. Then, I'll be able to reach the 3 extreme realms. Zhuowen's eyes revealed joy as he muttered excitedly, Kid, you have to keep the Heavenly Path blood well. Wait until your cultivation reaches Void Sky 8 steps. Then you'll know how useful the Heavenly Path blood is to you. Old man Wu Qing approached Zhuowen and looked at the 2 drops of Heavenly Tao blood in Zhuowen's hand with a burning gaze. Zhuowen shrugged and suddenly said, What if I use the Heavenly Path blood now? Old Ruthless looked at Zhuowen as though he was looking at an idiot. He said, Kid, do you want to die? The Heavenly Path is a rule that surpasses the rules of Starry Sky. You haven't even grasped the rules of Starry Sky completely, and you want to comprehend the rules of Heavenly Path directly. Aren't you courting death? If you think that your life is too long, you can try using the Heavenly Path blood. Zhuowen smiled embarrassedly and put the 2 drops of Heavenly Path blood into the white jade box. He said, Then let me comprehend the rules of Starry Sky thoroughly first. Chapter 2152. 5 steps in the void. Sky Zhuowen immediately perked up. Looking at Old Man Wu Qing, he asked, What method? Old Man Wu Qing grinned and said, I will extract the Heavenly Tao principles from the Heavenly Tao blood and you'll be able to absorb the heavenly Tao blood's energy. This old man can see that you have already reached the peak of the 4th step in the void sky realm. If you can absorb a drop of the heavenly Tao blood's energy, breaking through to the 5th step should be more than enough. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He knew that this old man Wu Qing wouldn't think for him. Sure enough, he was aiming for the heavenly Tao principles in the heavenly Tao blood. A drop of heavenly Tao blood shouldn't be much to you, right? After all, you have the heavenly Tao blood left behind by the Luotian. Moreover, you have 2 drops of heavenly Tao blood from the fire Qilin. Old man Wu Qing continued, fanning the flames. Zhuowen pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. Old man Wu Qing revealed a happy smile and said, Haha, that's right. This old man will definitely help you break through to the 5th step in the void sky realm. Looking at old man Wu Qing's smile, Zhuowen felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Old man, according to what you said, can I absorb a few more drops of heavenly Tao blood? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Old man Wu Qing sneered and said, If you don't want to die, you can absorb a few more drops. Under the 8th step in the void sky realm, absorbing 1 drop is already dangerous. If you absorb too much, it's simply courting death. If you want to die, you can try. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, Forget it. The fire Qilin disappeared, and Devour returned to his human form, landing not far from Zhuowen. The heavenly demon island's defensive array was also retracted. Magatama brought the Mara to Zhuowen's side, sizing up the black-clothed Zhuowen behind him, and said, Zhuoshayu, is this clone of yours Devour? Zhuowen wasn't surprised that Magatama recognized Devour. He admitted it openly. Zhuoshayu, you're really lucky. Devour is a strong race in the starry sky, a race that surpasses the starry sky giant beasts. Their innate talents are much stronger than the human clan. I didn't expect you to have such a clone. Awesome. Mara couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Zhuowen scratched his head and smiled. I'm lucky. Since Devour was still a child, I succeeded in seizing his body. Magatama and Mara nodded. They all knew that Devour's god soul was much stronger than the human clans. It was impossible for Zhuowen to possess Devour's body. However, it was much more reasonable to take over the body of an infant. Zhuowen, Mo Tian, and the others discussed for a while, and they even talked about Ling Binbing's information. After finding out that Ling Binbing had already contacted the remaining 7 of the 10 great sects, Zhuowen's eyes turned even colder. Of course, which of the 7 sects that Ling Binbing contacted would send a crusade against Zhuowen? The scouts that Mo Tian sent out didn't find out any specific information. According to Magatama's estimation, Ling Binbing would bring the ancestors of the other sects here in 1 or 2 months. Of course, Magatama had tampered with the ancient teleport formation in the heavenly demon island. The ancient teleport formations in other places couldn't be used here. They could only use the spaceships. Thus, Zhuowen still had 1 or 2 months. During this time, I'd better reach the 5th virtual sky realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, then looked at old Ruthless. The latter nodded in understanding. In a dark room with a blue light, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a lotus seat. A drop of blue blood floated above his right palm. Old man, help me extract the heavenly Tao's principle from the heavenly Tao blood. Zhuowen looked at the dwarf old man, who was shorter than him. Got it. Extracting the heavenly Tao's principle requires extreme care. I'm afraid it will take a month. While I'm extracting the heavenly Tao's principle, you can absorb the heavenly Tao blood that has lost its heavenly Tao's principle. Old Ruthless said indifferently. Then he formed a seal with both hands. An invisible force appeared in the surroundings. Instantly, the drop of heavenly Tao blood in Zhuowen's palm flew up into the air, floating quietly. Then, 5 blue rays of light shot out from the 5 fingers of old Ruthless' right hand. They circled around the blue drop of blood, forming strange and unpredictable patterns. Immediately after, Zhuowen discovered that the power of law contained in the drop of blood was like the outer shell of corn. It slowly peeled off and adhered to the surface of the patterns formed by the blue rays of light. However, this kind of power of law was too fine. It was probably less than 1/10,000th of the power of law in the drop of blood. Old, ruthless expression was focused as he patiently extracted the power of law from the heavenly Tao blood. Moreover, every time he extracted the power of law, he would filter out that portion of the heavenly Tao blood and give it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the blue blood that was only 1/10,000th of the drop of blood in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he absorbed it into his body. A rumble rang out in Zhuowen's head. Then, Zhuowen felt all the blood in his body move. An unprecedentedly powerful energy filled his limbs and bones, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. What powerful energy! Just 1/10,000th of the heavenly Tao blood actually has such powerful energy. It looks like old Ruthless didn't lie to me. If I completely absorb that drop of heavenly Tao blood, the abundant energy will be enough for me to reach the 5th step of the illusory sky realm, Zhuowen thought joyfully. Time slowly passed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a blazing purple light erupted from Zhuowen's room. Then a gigantic illusory sky bridge appeared in the sky above the pavilion that Zhuowen was in. Someone's about to break through. Many cultivators on Heavenly Devil Island noticed the illusory sky bridge that stretched across the horizon, and they revealed astonished expressions. The reason for this was because they felt that this illusory sky bridge was a little too big, and it was more than a few times larger than an ordinary illusory sky bridge. That's Brother Zhuo's illusory sky bridge. It looks like Brother Zhuo is about to reach the 5th step of the illusory sky realm. It's so fast. Mo Fan raised his head and recognized that the illusory sky bridge was in the direction of Zhuowen's pavilion. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Senior brother, let's go and take a look together. A beautiful figure flashed across the sky above Mo Fan's cave. Mo Fan quickly chased after her and said, Junior sister Yushan, wait for me. Diling, Zhang Jiqing, and the others, as well as Magatama and Emoji, were all alarmed by the illusory sky bridge. They all rushed toward the pavilion that Zhuowen was in. Zhuowen flew out of the pavilion and stepped onto the illusory sky bridge. He walked up step by step and finally stopped at the 4th step. 5th step of the illusory sky realm, creating all things. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 5th step. It was said that cultivators who reached the 5th step of the illusory sky realm had the power to create all things. It was as if they were the creator of the world. However, there was a huge difference between the creator of the world and the real creator of the world. The real creator of the world could create something out of nothing. On the other hand, cultivators who reached the 5th step of the illusory sky realm could only create simple life forms. They couldn't create humans or space beasts at all. Of course, cultivators who reached the 5th step of the illusory sky realm could create a pseudo-life planet. However, it was slightly weaker than a real-life planet. The humans inside it couldn't cultivate at all. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with confidence. He took a step forward and stepped onto the 5th step, completely lighting up the dim 5th step. Chapter 2153. The wind blows before the storm, such powerful strength. He just advanced to the 5th step of the void sky realm, and the aura he is revealing isn't any weaker than the 7th step of the void sky realm. He is truly a freak. Mo Tian muttered with a fearful gaze. This should be related to the fact that his doppelganger is Devour. After all, his doppelganger should have subtly influenced his original body, making his original body much stronger than ordinary cultivators, Emoji said. Magatama nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Old ancestor, what's wrong? Emoji noticed that Magatama's expression was strange and asked, The scouts at the border sent news that Ling Binbing has returned. It is said that 6 sects have come with him this time, Megatama said in a deep voice. 6 sects. It seems that all the other sects have come, except for Half Moon Hall? Mo.'s expression changed slightly. Open the defensive array, Megatama said, and made a hand seal, ordering the disciples of the sect to preside over the defensive array. Zhuowen also noticed the abnormality. He put away the illusory heavenly bridge and flew towards Megatama, asking, "Senior, what happened?" Ling Binbing has returned. Besides Half Moon Hall, the other 6 sects have also sent people. I'm afraid this matter is going to be a little tricky, Megatama said in a deep voice. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. In fact, he had long known that apart from Half Moon Hall and Heavenly Demon Island, the other 8 sects would target him. He had already destroyed the Dark Illusion sect and High Heaven sect on his trip to Dongyu, but he still could not intimidate the remaining 6 sects. So don't blame him, Zhuowen, for being ruthless. Xiaoyu, I think you should run away first. Although not all the old ancestors of the 6 sects have come. According to the news from the scouts, at least 3 old ancestors have been persuaded by Ling Binbing to come, Megatama advised. Which 3? Zhuowen asked. Megatama shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and said, Senior, I plan to stay here first. I need to know which 3 ancestors stay behind so that my next plan can be carried out successfully. Megatama shook his head helplessly and said, This is too risky. In fact, you can completely escape the star field. There's no need to fight with those sects head-on. After all, the forces by your side are not small. None of the 10 great sects can take you down. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, Senior, in my hometown there is a common saying. When you face a ferocious beast that is stronger than you, you cannot retreat. The more you retreat, the more the ferocious beast will take advantage of you. In the end, it will attack you endlessly. Megatama was stunned. What Zhuowen said was not unreasonable, and he had nothing to say. They're here. Megatama raised his head and noticed several streams of light in the distance, and sighed softly. He knew that it was too late for Zhuowen to leave now. However, Zhuowen was not depressed at all. Instead, he looked at the streams of light that stopped outside Heavenly Demon Island's starry sky with bright eyes. These were 6 extremely huge airships, each of which was dozens of times larger than the divine armament Zhuowen obtained in the past. Universe Sect, Void Cleansing Peak, Demon Pearl Sect, Chi Refining Sword Sect, White Jade Pavilion, and Flower Butterfly Valley. Zhuowen looked at the symbols on the 6 airships and read out the names of the forces they belonged to word by word, his voice low and filled with killing intent. From the 6 airships, more than a dozen figures walked out, 4 of them standing at the front. One of them was not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. It was High Heaven Sect's old ancestor, Ling Binbing. The other 3 figures were 2 men and a woman. One of them was a white-haired Taoist priest. One of them was a middle-aged man with golden eyes, and the last one was a beautiful young woman who wore a dress with a dancing butterfly pattern. Although Zhuowen did not know these 3 people, he could guess their identities at a glance. The white-haired Taoist priest should be Void Cleansing Peak's old ancestor, Fu Yue's. The middle-aged man with golden eyes should be Universe Sect's old ancestor, Qin Changxing, and the beautiful young woman should be Demon Pearl Sect's old ancestor, Yang Zhonghui. The reason Zhuowen could guess their identities was naturally because the 3 people standing behind them were Void Cleansing Peak's sect master, Fu Feiping, Universe Sect's sect master, Qin Yongzhang, and Demon Pearl Sect's sect master, Yang Muqiu. That bitch Yang Muqiu actually has the face to come to Heavenly Demon Island. Mo.'s eyes were gloomy as he looked at Yang Muqiu standing behind Yang Zhonghui. Back then, their Heavenly Demon Island's demonic Tao scripture was stolen because of Yang Muqiu. Moreover, Yang Muqiu had also deceived Mo.'s feelings. It could be said that Mo.'s hatred for Yang Muqiu was extremely deep. Yang Muqiu obviously saw Mo Ji's hostility, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth. But she did not pay much attention to him. Fu Yu's, Qin Changxing, and Yang Zhonghui all looked at Ling Binbing. Ling Binbing nodded knowingly and slowly walked out. He saw Zhuowen next to Magatama at a glance and said coldly, "Brother Magatama, you protected a thief and destroyed my High Heaven sect. Do you know your crime?" "No, my ass." "Ling Binbing, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to judge me? If you're not convinced, come over here and let's spar." Mo Tian unexpectedly burst out with vulgarities, which caused Ling Binbing's expression to turn unsightly and ashen from anger. "You've got guts. Today the 6 great sects are all here. If your heavenly demon island doesn't want to be destroyed, you'd better hand over Zhuowen." Ling Binbing left behind a ruthless statement, but he didn't rush up to fight with Mo Tan. Although Ling Binbing and Magatama were both cultivators at the 8 Steps Void Heaven realm, Ling Binbing admitted that he was no match for Magatama, who was a demonic cultivator in a real fight. "Just a coward." Devil Sky snorted coldly with disdain, and then he looked at Fu Yu's group of 3 and said, "The 3 of you are the ancestors of a sect at any rate. Are you willing to listen to the orders of this trash, Ling Binbing?" Ling Binbing was so angry that he roared, "Magatama, don't go too far!" "Io, don't be so angry, you too." Yang Zhonghui suddenly laughed and broke the deadlock. "Actually, we didn't come here to cause trouble for your heavenly demon island. As long as Big Brother Magatama hands over Zhuowen, we will immediately withdraw. As for the grievances between your sect and High Heaven sect, we will definitely not interfere. Junior Sister Yang is right. The grievances between your sects have nothing to do with us. We only want Zhuowen," Chen Changxing said with a smile. Fu Yu's was a man of few words, nodding and saying, "Hand over Zhuowen." Ling Binbing's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. When he went to their sects to lobby them, these 3 people smiled at him and promised to help him seek justice. Now that they were on Heavenly Demon Island, they immediately forgot about their promise to him. How could Ling Binbing not be angry? But no matter how unhappy Ling Binbing was, he didn't dare to say anything. He was now all alone. High Heaven sect had been destroyed, and he was now at odds with Heavenly Demon Island. If he angered the 3 people beside him, he would really have no place in the star field in the future. Magatama frowned slightly and couldn't help but look at Zhuowen beside him, obviously letting Zhuowen make the decision. "Senior, let me handle the rest." Saying so, Zhuowen took the lead and stood at the edge of the protective array. He looked at the higher-ups of the 6 great sects and said, "Your Grandpa Zhuo is here. If you have the guts, come and bite me." Chapter 2154. Duel. The upper echelons of the 6 great sects all had ugly expressions. They looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. "Zhuowen, do you think you're invincible just because you have an 8th step void heaven expert backing you?" Chen Changxing laughed out of extreme anger. Yang Zhonghui laughed. "Although there's nothing wrong with being young and impetuous, you're just an ant. Do you really think you have the right to be arrogant in front of us?" Fu Yiz only looked at Zhuowen with a cold smile. Although he didn't say a word, the disdain in his eyes was extremely obvious. "Little bastard, all you can do is bark like a pitiful dog within Heavenly Demon Island's protective array. If you have the guts, then come out. Don't accidentally drag Heavenly Demon Island down with you," Ling Binbing said in an eccentric tone. Many disciples of the Heavenly Devil Island revealed strange expressions. They looked at Magatama and Mara in confusion. Some of them even muttered softly that they shouldn't have let Zhuowen enter the Heavenly Devil Island. Zhuowen knew that Ling Binbing was trying to drive a wedge between him and the Heavenly Devil Island. However, he didn't plan to stay on the Heavenly Devil Island in the first place. "Old bastard. I, Zhuowen, am about to come out and take your dog life. Are you willing to duel with me?" Unexpectedly, not only did Zhuowen not shrink back, He actually raised the condition of fighting Ling Binbing one-on-one. The surroundings were in an uproar as all of them felt that Zhuo Wen was too arrogant and conceited, and it was even to the extent that he was courting death. Ling Binbing was also stunned. He clearly didn't expect Zhuo Wen to actually come out and fight him alone. What was the difference between this and suicide? "Old dog, you don't dare?" Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice sounded again, interrupting Ling Binbing's wild thoughts. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." "Then get out here right now," Ling Binbing sneered. However, Zhuo Wen didn't move. He said, "You have so many people around you. Who can guarantee that they won't attack when I come out?" "I promise." Ling Binbing replied, "What's the use of your guarantee? You want to fight me one-on-one? Sure, but those fellows beside you had better stay far away. Also, you have to swear to the heavenly Tao that there will not be a second person interfering with our battle," Zhuo Wen said. Ling Binbing frowned slightly. Soon after, he looked towards Chen Chongsheng and the other two beside him. Clearly, he was seeking their opinions. Chen Chongsheng sneered, "You want us to stay away. Then what about your servants? I heard from Sect Masterling that you have a servant who is also a Void Sky 8 Steps expert. If your servant interferes when you two are fighting, wouldn't it be very unfair?" Zhuo Wen smiled and sent a message to the King Spirit. The King Spirit then flew behind Zhuo Wen. "He is my servant, the King Spirit. His cultivation has reached the Void Sky 8 Steps. When I fight with Old Dogling, he will also keep a safe distance from me. Also, what is this Old Dogling's cultivation, and what is my cultivation? Why is he so cautious? Is he afraid of me?" Zhuo Wen boasted shamelessly. Ling Binbing was furious in his heart when he heard Zhuo Wen call him an old dog. He said, "Little bastard, I only need one move to kill you. Even if this servant of yours is by your side, I will still be able to kill you. If you wish to seek death, why don't you come out now?" Zhuo Wen sneered and ignored Ling Binbing. Instead, he looked at Qin Changsheng and the other two and said, "The three of you, although I have a servant who is at the Void Sky 8 Steps, compared to your 6 great sects, the gap is still too big. You came here just for the Heavenly Star essence on me, right? I still have a lot of it. The three of you came all the way here, so please take it as a gift from me." After saying that, Zhuo Wen threw out 3 jade bottles. Chen Chongsheng took them and opened the corks. He found that there were 5 drops of Heavenly Star essence inside. He nodded, and his expression eased a lot. "Little friend Zhua, I will gladly accept this gift, but I heard that you have more Heavenly Domain Starry Sky essence than this, right?" Chen Chongsheng put away the jade bottle and asked shamelessly. Zhuo Wen's eyes became colder and colder. He cupped his hands and said, "Of course, I still have a lot of reserves. It's just that there is a big grudge between me and this old dogling. I want to solve the grudge between me and him first. Then I will give you the rest of the Heavenly Star essence. It's just that I am not happy to see this old dog's face, so—" Ling Binbing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Zhuo Wen was really ruthless. "You 3, don't listen to this little bastard's nonsense. He must be stalling for time. Maybe he is plotting something," Ling Binbing hurriedly explained, but he was interrupted by Yang Zhonghui. Yang Zhonghui smiled and said, "I think this little brother is very good at dealing with people. Let's wait until the grudge between him and Brother Ling is solved first. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Okay, a person should have a clear mind. The matter of the Heavenly Star essence is not urgent. Zhuo Xiaoyu can solve the grudge first." Chen Chongsheng laughed. Fu Yuz nodded and did not say anything. "Then, thank you very much. This is the territory of the Heavenly Demon Island, so it is not suitable for battle. Otherwise, it will disturb the cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Island. How about this? Let's go to the ruins of the Serene Illusion Sect. It is much more spacious there." Zhuo Wen grinned. Chen Chongsheng and the other two naturally had no objection, but Ling Binbing was so angry that his face turned ashen. Ling Binbing felt very uncomfortable, especially when he saw how quickly Qin Changxing and the other two changed their faces. Magatama narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhuowen, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Shuoxiaoyu, I'll go with you." Magatama rushed to Zhuowen's side and said. Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice to Magatama. "Senior, I think you have also guessed my next plan. I will take my leave now." With that, Zhuowen led Di Ling, Old Man Qing, and the others into the flying ship, turning into a streak of light and disappearing from the heavenly Demon Island. Meanwhile, Ling Binbing, Qin Changsheng, and the other two led the upper echelons of the 6 great sects and followed closely behind Zhuowen's flying ship, afraid that Zhuowen would do something to escape. While Zhuowen and the others were on their way to the Dark Mirage sect, many cultivators in the Eastern Universe had learned of the duel between Zhuowen and Ling Binbing. Cultivators from all over the Eastern Universe had made their way to the old site of the Dark Mirage sect. Several days later, Zhuowen's group arrived at the former site of the Serene Illusion sect. At this moment, the Serene Illusion sect no longer possessed its former prosperity and liveliness. Replacing it was a desolate land filled with weeds. Even many of the smaller organizations around the Serene Illusion sect had moved away due to the disappearance of the Serene Illusion sect. It could be said that the planet where the Serene Illusion sect resided had completely become a dead zone. However, as the news of the battle between Zhuowen and Ling Binbing spread, the dead continent finally gained some life. Many cultivators hurried to the continent long ago and set up camp, waiting for the arrival of Zhuowen and Ling Binbing's group. "They're here. That's Zhuowen's flying ship. I've seen it before. There are 6 other flying ships behind it. They belong to the Cosmic Sect, the Void Rush Peak, and the other sects that have come to the Eastern Universe this time." Chapter 2155. Fighting an 8 steps void sky, the flying ship stopped above the ruins of the Dark Illusion sect, and Zhuowen led Di Ling, Old Man Wuqing, and the others off the flying ship. The flying ship of the 6 great sects also stopped near Zhuowen in the next second, and Ling Binbing, Qin Changsheng, Yang Zhonghui, and Fu Yuz led a dozen or so higher-ups down. "Shuo Xiaoyu, I hope you are a man of your word. After you settle your grudge with Sect Master Ling, you'd better obediently hand over the heavenly domain star essence," Qin Changsheng said with a fake smile. Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yuz also looked coldly at Zhuowen. As far as the 3 of them were concerned, Zhuowen would undoubtedly die in this one-on-one battle. Although these words were meant for Zhuowen, they were actually also meant for Ling Binbing. If Zhuowen died, his spirit ring would definitely be taken by Ling Binbing. So the 3 of them were mainly on guard against Ling Binbing escaping with the treasure. Zhuowen didn't reply at all. From the expressions of Qin Changsheng and the other 2, he could tell that they didn't take him seriously at all. Or it could be said that, as far as they were concerned, he, Zhuowen, would definitely lose this one-on-one battle. The reason why Zhuowen proposed this duel was mainly to test how strong he was now, and whether he had the strength to fight an 8 steps void sky cultivator. Ling Binbing grinned and took a step forward, leaping into the sky above the Dark Illusion sect, looking down at Zhuowen and saying, "Little bastard, come up and die." It's the ancestor of High Heaven sect, Ling Binbing. It seems that the rumors are true. Zhuowen and Ling Binbing are really planning to duel. Is this Zhuowen seeking death? Looking at his aura, he is only at the 5th step void sky, but he dares to challenge an 8th step void sky ancestor? Who knows? Perhaps he really is courting death. There is no suspense in this battle. This Zhuowen will definitely end tragically. Discussions broke out all around. Many of the cultivators who had rushed here looked back and forth between Zhuowen and Ling Binbing. Most of them felt that Zhuowen was courting death. Zhuowen raised his head. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well as he said, "Bastard, who are you calling?" "The bastard is calling you," Ling Binbing said subconsciously. Zhuowen replied with a smile, "Oh, so it's the bastard calling me." As soon as he said this, Ling Binbing realized that something was wrong. This Zhuowen was indirectly calling him a bastard. You have a sharp tongue, but only know how to move your mouth. Now that we're at the Dark Mirage sect, you don't dare to come out and fight? Ling Binbing calmed down and mocked. On the contrary, I plan to take your dog life today. Zhuowen took a step forward and leaped not far in front of Ling Binbing. Hee, then you can die. Ling Binbing grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he locked onto Zhuowen. Just as he was about to charge at Zhuowen, he was stopped by Zhuowen. What's wrong? Do you regret fighting with me? Ling Binbing said coldly. However, Zhuowen ignored Ling Binbing and looked at Qin Yongsheng and the others nearby. Seniors, can you stay 1,000,000 kilometers away from here? Qin Yongsheng and the others exchanged glances and discussed for a while before nodding. They kept their promise and retreated 1,000,000 kilometers away. Tell your men to retreat as well, Ling Binbing said. Zhuowen gestured to the Emperor's spirit. The Emperor's spirit followed Old Man Wu Qing and the others and retreated 1,000,000 kilometers away, silently watching the battle that was about to take place above the Dark Mirage sect. Hee, I'll finish you in one move. At this moment, Ling Binbing did not have any worries. He released his killing intent completely and charged at Zhuowen like a ferocious beast. Before the person arrived, the fist was already a step ahead. Ling Binbing was worthy of being called an 8th-step void sky expert. His fist energy condensed into an incomparably huge lightning domain. The terrifying lightning tribulation of the immortal world rumbled as it struck down. Each bolt was as thick as a giant dragon, as expected of an expert of the 8 steps void sky. This fist is so terrifying. That's the power of the thunder punishment of the immortal world. Any one of the thunderbolts can consign me to eternal damnation. Many of the onlooking cultivators looked at the shocking scene in the sky. Their hearts trembled, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. They were even more in awe of Ling Binbing. Zhuowen grasped the void with his right hand, and the glorious purple galaxy sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out with the sword, and the void distorted and trembled, almost collapsing. The sword light turned into a huge illusory domain, which was no smaller than the thunder punishment of the immortal world. This move was the 6th move of the Tao of Destruction sword art, the heavenly Tao domain. It had a powerful force that could uproot mountains. Boom! Boom! The thunder punishment of the immortal world was very powerful. The heavenly Tao domain only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it completely dissipated. Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He grabbed the void with his left hand, and dense purple energy gushed out, condensing into a slender purple sword. With the 2 swords in hand, Zhuowen's entire body was like a spinning top as he continuously danced in the air. The 2 swords were like water ripples as they followed Zhuowen's movements. Beams of sword light shot out from the 2 swords, shattering the lightning bolts one after another. When Zhuowen destroyed the last thunderbolt, the thunder punishment of the immortal world completely collapsed, and Ling Binbing's fist energy also completely disappeared. He blocked it. This Zhuowen is very strong. He's only at the 5 steps void sky realm, but he actually blocked the attack of the 8 steps void sky realm. Everyone looked at the white-clothed youth and couldn't help but discuss. We've underestimated this kid. No wonder he dared to challenge Ling Binbing. It turns out that he's this strong. Millions of miles away, Qin Chongqing frowned slightly. He was slightly surprised that Zhuowen could actually block Ling Binbing's fist. This kid is indeed a little unusual. However, the gap between the 5 steps void sky realm and the 8 steps void sky realm is very big. Moreover, Ling Binbing just casually attacked. If Ling Binbing was serious, Zhuowen would have already fallen. Yang Zhonghui smiled. Fu Yuz, who was silent, spoke for the first time. Let's discuss how to distribute the heavenly domain's starry sky essence. Zhuowen is definitely going to die. Even if he doesn't die, I don't plan to let him live. However, that old man Ling Binbing might have some devious ideas. Yang Zhonghui and Chen Chongqing both revealed serious expressions. Yang Zhonghui said, "Be wary of Ling Binbing. After Zhuowen is killed by Ling Binbing, we'll immediately act and seal off the surroundings to prevent Ling Binbing from escaping. With the strength of the three of us, Ling Binbing won't dare to escape alone." Brother Yang's words are reasonable. Ling Binbing's strength isn't considered strong among the old ancestors of the 8 great sects, and he doesn't have a secondary heaven-shattering divine artifact. How can he compare to us? If he wants to take it all for himself, he's just courting death. Yang Zhonghui sneered. I hope Ling Binbing can be a little smarter." Fu Yuz nodded and said solemnly, "Look, Ling Binbing should be getting serious. This Zhuowen shouldn't be able to live for much longer." Yang Zhonghui suddenly said. Fu Yuz and Qin Chongqing both looked up. They saw that in the sky above the Serene Illusion sect, the moment Zhuowen broke Ling Binbing's fist, Ling Binbing attacked again. Chapter 2156. Real God of Thunder and Fire Ling Binbing instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen and swung the awl in his right hand mercilessly. The awl streaked across the void and formed dense green lightning arcs. Zhuowen raised the glorious purple galaxy sword in his right hand to block the green lightning awl. Boom! However, the moment the divine sword and the awl collided, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the dense green lightning on the surface of the awl was like maggots that followed the glorious purple galaxy sword and entered Zhuowen's body. The green lightning was extremely terrifying. After entering Zhuowen's body, it went straight into his spiritual space and tried to destroy his spiritual soul. Zhuowen's spiritual soul was extremely strong. The moment the green lightning entered his spiritual space, it was annihilated by his powerful spiritual soul. Ling Binbing also noticed that Zhuowen's expression did not change and was surprised. The green lightning on his awl was not ordinary. It was a strange lightning that targeted the spiritual soul. Most of the cultivators who fought with him for the first time would be caught off guard, and their spiritual soul would be struck by the green lightning, revealing a painful expression. However, Zhuowen was expressionless, as if the green lightning did not affect him at all. Boom! Boom! Ling Binbing snorted and swung the green lightning all at Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying green lightning surrounded the two of them, blurring their figures. Zhuowen kept retreating and was completely at a disadvantage. Die! Ling Binbing's right hand tightened and the green lightning all smashed down. The green lightning reached the sky and turned into a lightning pillar, blocking Ling Binbing's back. Ling Binbing used almost all of his strength in this attack and smashed heavily on the glorious purple galaxy sword. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked to find that the glorious purple galaxy sword in his hand could not withstand this attack and was completely shattered. You're finished. Seeing the glorious purple galaxy sword in Zhuowen's hand shattering, Ling Binbing became even more proud. He raised the green lightning all again and smashed it down. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He waved his right hand and took out the king's sword. Holding it, he also smashed it on the green lightning awl. Boom! A gust of wind rose between the two of them. The stars in the surrounding starry sky moved like a dream and colorful light appeared. He blocked it. This guy, Ling Binbing's Binbing, his God Sword art editor. Transin Green, his art of green lightning awl, and swept it towards Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen took several steps back and stabbed his imperial sword into the ground. He performed a series of hand seals, and beams of sword light poured out from his back. More than 9,000 ancient swords shot out again, heading straight for Ling Binbing. Ling Binbing's pupils constricted. He brandished the azure thunder all to block the attacks of the swords as he retreated. Green lightning galaxy! Ling Binbing let out a low roar, and the green lightning all in his hand suddenly scattered out. Terrifying green lightning actually swept out like raindrops, and each of the green lightning bolts manifested into an incomparably huge green lightning star. The densely packed green lightning planets actually formed a small galaxy that revolved around Ling Binbing, blocking the attacks of the swords. However, when Ling Binbing used the green lightning galaxy, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, two divine swords flew out from beneath Ling Binbing's feet. One of the two swords was suffused with black lightning, while the other was surging with purple flames. They were both filled with a dense and powerful aura. The two swords were extremely fast. They stabbed towards Ling Binbing's feet, as if they wanted to pierce through Ling Binbing's entire body. Extreme Dao Fire Sword and Extreme Dao Thunder Sword. Ling Binbing's pupils shrank. His feet moved in a profound manner as he hurriedly dodged. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He knew clearly that only real God Lehua could unleash the two extreme Dao divine swords at the same time. The so-called real God Lehua was a powerful real God who had obtained the two extreme energies of extreme Dao fire and extreme Dao thunder at the same time. Legend had it that a real God who had achieved 3 extreme Dao realms had a powerful strength comparable to Void Sky 9 steps. However, a real God who had achieved 3 extreme Dao realms had never appeared before. However, a real God Lehua had appeared, and this person was Purple Star Monarch. After Purple Star Monarch became a real God Lehua, his fighting strength was heaven-defying. He was actually not weaker than Void Sky 8 steps. He was a figure that the top 10 sects were extremely wary of. However, now, Ling Binbing actually saw the two extreme energies of Extreme Dao Fire Sword and Extreme Dao Thunder Sword again. Other than Purple Star Monarch, who else in the great Brahma Sky domain had reached the level of real God Lehua? Just as Ling Binbing's thoughts were running wild, a palm silently appeared behind Ling Binbing. Then, a palm suddenly blasted out. Ling Binbing's expression changed slightly. Without even looking back, he threw the green lightning all in his hand behind him. Rumble! The green lightning exploded. The palm actually took the green lightning all head-on without dodging. Dang! 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 Ling Binbing's expression changed slightly. He only felt an extremely vast force bombarding the green lightning all. Then his right hand became extremely numb. He couldn't help but retreat continuously. Only then did he see the true face of the cultivator who had sneaked an attack on him. The person who had appeared in front of him was a man who was shrouded in demonic fog. Ling Binbing took a closer look and realized that the man's face was 90% similar to Zhuowen's. Rumor has it that Zhuowen has a doppelganger. Could this guy be that guy's doppelganger? That's impossible. This guy's doppelganger is actually the real god Lehua? As Ling Binbing retreated, he waved the green lightning all in his hand. The surrounding green lightning stars that were densely packed shot towards the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen held the supreme fire sword in his right hand and the supreme thunder sword in his left. With a twist of his waist, he shot forward like a whirlwind. The Lehua swords in his hands spun rapidly as his body spun. The light of thunder and fire exploded with a frightening brilliance as he spun. All the green lightning stars that shot towards him were actually blown to smithereens. Damn it, this guy has hidden himself really well. Ling Binbing's expression changed slightly. With a roar, he raised his aura to the peak. Then, the green lightning all blasted out without holding back. Bolts of green lightning appeared around Ling Binbing like pillars, making him seem like the reincarnation of the thunder god. In an instant, Ling Binbing and the black-clothed Zhuowen engaged in a great battle. Under the encirclement of countless green lightning stars, it was as if they had entered a no-man's land. They constantly collided, bombarded, and flew. The battle between the two was basically evenly matched. Countless cracks appeared on the entire planet where the Gloomy Illusions sect was located. It trembled terrifyingly, as if the entire planet would collapse at any moment. Many of the spectating cultivators that had gathered on the planet fled the planet. There were even some unlucky cultivators who were directly blown to smithereens by the shock waves of the battle because they were too close. Zhuowen's original body took a step forward. Over 9,000 ancient swords revolved around him like an upside-down waterfall, forming a storm of swordlight. Then he joined the battle as well. The ancient swords in the storm of swordlight were all forged by the ancient Sword Saint King. They had followed the ancient Sword Saint King for countless years in the past. It was easy to imagine how powerful they were. Chapter 2157. Blood Thunder Prison. This kid actually has such a powerful clone. If I'm not wrong, that clone uses the two extreme energies of extreme lightning and extreme fire. Is that a true god of lightning and fire? Chen Changsheng, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but stand up. His gaze was solemn as he looked at the distant battle. It wasn't just Chen Changsheng. Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yuz were similarly shocked. Among them, Yang Zhonghui muttered in a low voice, "No wonder Zhuowen was so confident in challenging Ling Binbing to a duel. It turns out that he has a clone of the true god of thunder and fire. If that's the case, it will be somewhat difficult for Ling Binbing to defeat him." Fu Yuz sneered. "It's not just difficult. The chances of him losing are probably even higher. After all, even his original body has joined in. If they work together, Ling Binbing is already one of the weakest ancestors of the 10 great sections. It'll be very difficult for him to win this time." Chen Changsheng suddenly transmitted his voice. "Looks like we can't just sit by and watch. According to our agreement with Sect Master Ling, this kid Zhuowen must die. Although this Zhuowen knows how to conduct himself and is very tactful, we've already made an agreement with Sect Master Ling and established a contract. This kid can't be left alive. We were careless. Let's wait first. It's not appropriate for us to make a move now. That Ling Binbing still has a trump card that he hasn't used. If he uses that trump card and still fails to kill this Zhuowen, we'll make a move," Fu Yuz replied. "I agree with Brother Fu. Although the 4 of us have an agreement, this Ling Binbing can't just sit there and do nothing. Let the 3 of us go together. After Ling Binbing uses his trump card, we'll see how things go," Yang Zhonghui said. Seeing that Fu Yuz and Yang Zhonghui were not in a hurry to make a move, Qin Changsheng could only give up. He said indifferently, "Then let's just wait and see." Bang, bang, bang. As the battle between Zhuowen and Ling Binbing grew more and more intense, the surrounding space within a radius of 5 million kilometers collapsed. The planet that the Dark Mirage sect was on had long been reduced to dust by the shock waves from their battle, and the spectating cultivators had to retreat again and again. Suddenly, everyone discovered a terrifying scarlet light erupting from the battlefield. This light was like blood. It was incomparably bright, and the surrounding starry sky was dyed blood red by this light. Within this scarlet light, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. All the cultivators who felt this aura felt their hearts tighten, as if their hearts were being ruthlessly pulled. Ling Binbing has used his trump card. Zhuowen is most likely going to be defeated, Chen Changsheng said with a burning gaze. Yang Zhonghui nodded and said, "That Zhuowen was able to force Ling Binbing to use his trump card. He's really not simple. Although he lost this time, it's still an honorable defeat." But Fu Yuz laughed coldly and continued, "However, we definitely have to kill this kid completely. This kid's void sky 5 steps, and in addition to real god Lei Hu's split body, he already has the ability to threaten the 10 great sections. If this kid is given enough time, I'm afraid we might not be able to suppress him. Before this kid grows up, we have to kill him." The scarlet light grew brighter and brighter. Then 2 figures flew out from the center of the scarlet light in quite a sorry state. They barely managed to stabilize themselves a million miles away. These 2 figures were Zhuowen's original body and his split body, who were dressed in white. Zhuowen's eyes squinted, and he looked extremely solemn. At first, Ling Binbing was originally suppressed by him. However, for some unknown reason, the old man took out a palm-sized scarlet crystal from his spiritual ring. Ling Binbing crushed the scarlet crystal, and an intense scarlet light burst out from it. It was also filled with an extremely pungent smell of blood. The scarlet light was filled with extremely vast energy. Zhuowen was careless, and he was hit by the power of the scarlet light. He couldn't help but fly out with a pale face. The scarlet light that spread out was extremely fast. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding starry sky of tens of millions of miles. Then the scarlet light transformed into strange red lines that intertwined with the starry sky of tens of millions of miles, forming an extremely huge scarlet prison. Because the red lines were too dense and the strange red lines had the ability to block out divine sense, the cultivators outside had no idea what was happening inside the prison. Because Zhuowen was the closest to Ling Binbing and the scarlet light was too fast, Zhuowen was unquestionably trapped in the red prison. Ling Binbing's scarlet lightning prison is extraordinary. If Ling Binbing used this move on me, I would probably have to take out a sub-heaven-shattering divine artifact to deal with it. Then Zhuowen's chances of survival aren't high. Qin Changxing commented indifferently. At this moment, countless bolts of blood lightning gathered in the core area of the scarlet lightning prison. In the core area, a figure slowly walked over. This person was surrounded by dense bolts of blood lightning. At first glance, he looked like he was wearing a sinister, blood-red armor. Little bastard, you forced me to use the bloody thunder hell. Well done. Don't worry, as a reward, I won't kill you right away. I'll capture you and use all the torture methods in the world on you. This person was Ling Binbing. In this scarlet lightning prison, Ling Binbing's power was far greater than it had been before. In the past, Ling Binbing was only slightly stronger than a king spirit. Now, however, he was much stronger than a king spirit. He was very close to Old Man Ruthless. Ling Binbing, however, did not feel happy at all. The Bloody Thunder Prison was his trump card, and he only had one piece of the scarlet crystal that created the Bloody Thunder Prison. Furthermore, it took him 100,000 years and many precious medicines and resources to get that one piece. Originally, Ling Binbing's Blood Thunder Prison was enough to put him on the same level as Qin Changxing and the other sect masters, who had secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts. However, now that he had used the Blood Thunder Prison ahead of time, he was probably going to be inferior. What was more hateful was that if Ling Binbing wanted to recreate the red crystal, he would have to spend another 100,000 years, and there was no guarantee that he would succeed. Therefore, Ling Binbing hated Zhuowen to the core. Sizzle! Ling Binbing waved his right hand, and the area where Zhuowen was immediately filled with countless blood lightning bolts that attacked him. Zhuowen immediately tried to dodge and block, but it was no use. The bolts of blood lightning were too dense. In particular, his main body was much weaker than his clone, and there were many hideous wounds on his body from the blood lightning. Zhuowen had no choice but to put the original body into devour space. Then he let the black-clothed Zhuowen resist the bolts of blood lightning alone. Your clone is not bad. It is Thunder Fire True God. But even Thunder Fire True God will have to die in my scarlet lightning prison. Ling Binbing laughed cruelly. He performed a spell with his right hand. Suddenly, the bolts of blood lightning became denser and denser. It looked like they were going to blow Zhuowen into pieces. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said coldly, "You forced me to do this. I didn't want to reveal my original body, but now I have to." Ling Binbing was stunned. Apparently, he did not understand what Zhuowen meant, but soon he understood. The demonic mist around Zhuowen's clone began to roll violently. Chapter 2158. One human and one beast. The demonic fog churned at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, an extremely huge and frightening beast charged out from the churning demonic fog. This giant beast was so huge that when it stood up, it actually reached the top of the Blood Thunder prison, causing the Blood Thunder prison to tremble violently. Ling Binbing was frightened, looking at the giant beast in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that Devour? This guy's real body is Devour?" As he spoke, Ling Binbing slowly retreated, his face gloomy to the extreme. When Zhou clone was Thunder, Fire, True God, Shi Yan thought that it would be tough to deal with him. However, he had never thought that it wasn't the real power of this man's clone. Without a doubt, Devour's real body was much stronger than before. Moreover, Devour had the two extreme powers, the extreme fire and extreme lightning, which made him even tougher to deal with. Boom! Unfortunately, Devour didn't give Ling Binbing more time to think. It roared and stormed over. Its massive claws seemed to be able to tear apart everything in this world. The dense blood lightning in the Blood Thunder prison hit Devour, but it didn't affect him at all. It was like scratching an itch. Ling Binbing raised the blue lightning all in his hand. However, it wasn't releasing the blue lightning anymore. It was the blood lightning, which was much stronger than the blue lightning all. Boom! The sharp claws heavily smashed onto the awl, producing a terrifying muffled sound that resembled the roar of thunder. Ling Binbing let out a muffled groan. He only felt that the awl that he was holding with both hands was being pressed down by an incomparably huge mountain. The awl almost slipped out of his hands, and Ling Binbing himself retreated continuously. "Damn it! Back off!" Ling Binbing roared angrily and clenched the awl in his hand tightly. A dazzling scarlet light burst out from the awl, and the Blood Thunder rushed out like a swarm of locusts. His originally retreating figure finally stopped. Rumble! Instantly, the terrifying energy burst out from Ling Binbing's body, blowing away Devour's sharp claws. Devour couldn't help but take several steps backward. Ling Binbing's Blood Thunder prison is really amazing. He can use the power of the entire Blood Thunder territory to resist Devour. However, this Blood Thunder prison is like a secret technique, so it should have a time limit. Zhou real body and Devour's body was calmly analyzing the situation. Although he was surprised by Ling Binbing's power, he didn't mind it. With Devour's current competence, although he couldn't subdue Ling Binbing, he could consume Ling Binbing's energy continuously. Once the bloody thunder hell reached its limit, Ling Binbing would eventually become a fish on his chopping board at his mercy. Boom! Boom! Thinking of this, Devour's attacks became fiercer. Like a storm, his attacks fell on Ling Binbing. At the same time, Ling Binbing didn't show any weakness. With the mighty power of the Blood Thunder prison, he was evenly matched with Devour. However, if one took a closer look, they could see that Ling Binbing was still in a disadvantageous position. After all, as time passed, the power of the Blood Thunder prison was weakening. On the other hand, Devour was getting fiercer. Outside the Blood Thunder prison, countless cultivators were watching the massive blood-red barrier in silence. Many of them tried to send out their divine senses to check the situation inside the Blood Thunder prison. Although they couldn't see what was inside the Blood Thunder prison, they could hear the terrifying roars of beasts coming from the Blood Thunder prison. They could also hear the fierce collisions and the figures fighting inside. Everyone knew that the battle between Zhou and Ling Binbing had reached its climax. It was a battle at the 8 steps void sky level, which was a rare sight. Many cultivators were itching to see it. Chun Chongsheng, Yang Zhonghui, and Fu Yu's frowned. Chan Chongsheng said in a deep voice, "It's been more than 1 hour. Why hasn't the battle ended yet?" As far as Chun Chongsheng and the others were concerned, Ling Binbing's strength had greatly increased after displaying the Blood Lightning prison. He should be able to easily suppress and defeat Zhou. However, more than 1 hour had passed, and the battle inside the Blood Thunder prison still hadn't stopped. Instead, it was getting more and more intense. This made the 3 of them surprised by Zhou's strength. It seems that we have underestimated Zhuowen. Even Ling Binbing, who displayed the Blood Thunder Prison, couldn't take him down. This is really beyond my expectations, Fu Yu said with a gloomy expression. Chun Chongqing nodded. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. He said, "This kid can't be left alive. If Ling Binbing really can't kill him this time, the three of us will take action and kill him." Crack! Suddenly, the surface of the Blood Thunder Prison, which spanned tens of millions of miles across the starry sky, suddenly became densely packed with cracks. Moreover, the cracks became denser and more terrifying. A force that could collapse the starry sky soared into the sky from the Blood Thunder Prison. Some unlucky cultivators who were close didn't expect the Blood Thunder Prison to collapse at all. The moment they approached the Blood Thunder Prison, they were swept in by the terrifying, collapsing force. Not even their bones were left behind. The Blood Thunder Prison has shattered. Is the battle over? The other onlookers who originally intended to approach the Bloody Thunder Prison, after seeing the cultivators who were swept away by the collapsing power, they all moved away in embarrassment, but their eyes were fixed on the Bloody Thunder Prison that was beginning to shatter. Chun Chongqing and the other two also stared at the Blood Thunder Prison with solemn expressions. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. Rumble! The Blood Thunder Prison had completely collapsed. Then, everyone discovered that within the Blood Thunder Prison, a huge beast that was tens of millions of miles long was lying in the center of the countless fragments of the Blood Thunder Prison. Bang! At the same time, an extremely wretched figure was directly blasted out of the ground. Everyone looked over and found that the embarrassed figure wasn't someone else. It was Ling Binbing, who had just performed the terrifying Blood Thunder Prison. At this moment, Ling Binbing was covered in blood. His aura was weak, and he was lying in the void. His limbs drooped powerlessly, and he could only move slowly. His limbs were crippled. Everyone turned their heads to look and discovered that the gigantic beast was also wounded in many places. 60% of its scales had been ripped open, revealing its incomparably blood-red flesh. However, unlike Ling Binbing, who was like a dead dog, this giant beast was in a much better state. Moreover, people found that the wounds on its body had begun to heal slowly. Its self-healing ability was extremely powerful. Isn't that Zhuowen? Could it be that this terrifying giant beast is Zhuowen's mount? Someone with sharp eyes saw a young man in snow-white clothes standing on Devour's giant head. He couldn't help but exclaim. The others followed his exclamation and couldn't help but look at Devour. Indeed, they saw the young man in white standing there. Chapter 2159. Heavy losses swoosh. A figure flashed to Ling Binbing's side and extended his right hand towards Ling Binbing's neck. Shortly after, that person frowned and looked coldly at Ling Binbing as he said, "How dare you destroy Sect Master Ling's illusory heavenly bridge?" This person was none other than the Universal Sect's ancestor, Chun Chongqing. Zhuowen stood on Devour's head and looked down at Chun Chongqing. He could see the killing intent in Chun Chongqing's eyes. After swallowing the heavenly domain's starry sky essence, Zhuowen took out half a barrel and poured it into Devour's mouth. Devour, who had been severely injured, instantly recovered to his peak condition after swallowing half a barrel of heavenly domain's starry sky essence. Devour's body was too big. 1 or 2 drops of heavenly domain's starry sky essence were useless to Devour. Seeing Zhuowen take out half a barrel of heavenly domain's starry sky essence for Devour, the crowd went into an uproar. Many cultivators looked at Devour with burning eyes and their breathing quickened. One had to admit that Zhuowen was really generous. He took out half a barrel of heavenly domain's starry sky essence for Devour and didn't even frown. What did this mean? It meant that Zhuowen had a lot of heavenly domain's starry sky essence. Although many cultivators coveted Zhuowen's heavenly domain's starry sky essence, after seeing Ling Binbing's miserable state, many cultivators shuddered and immediately calmed down. Senior Qin, when I fought with Ling Binbing, We didn't say that we couldn't destroy each other's illusory heavenly bridge, did we? Do you have a problem with that? Zhuowen said indifferently. However, he was secretly alarmed. This Chen Chongsheng was a little strange. Attack! Chen Chongsheng suddenly gave a loud shout. He lifted up the half-dead Ling Binbing with one hand and fiercely threw him toward Zhuowen, while his right leg kicked off and he shot toward Zhuowen like a gust of wind. At the same time, Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yuz followed closely behind, forming a pincer formation as they quickly approached Zhuowen. Chen Chongsheng and the other two were too fast. Before the surrounding crowd could even react, they discovered that Zhuowen had already been surrounded by Chen Chongsheng and the other two. At the same time, Chen Chongsheng and the others all pulled out their secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts and blasted them toward Zhuowen in unison. They wanted to take Zhuowen's life from the get-go. The king spirits, who had wanted to get closer to Zhuowen, were shocked. They sped up, and Old Man Emotionless was the first to move. However, they were quite a distance away from Zhuowen. Moreover, Chen Chongsheng and the other two had clearly planned this beforehand. Their cooperation was extremely tacit. Their first move to kill was beyond their expectations. 3 secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts. Zhuowen, who was standing on Devour's head, couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw Chen Chongsheng and the other two's actions. Although he could faintly sense that Ling Binbing was rather fearful and respectful of Chen Chongsheng's trio, he didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now he finally realized that all 3 of them actually possessed secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts. One had to know that the difference between a secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact and a void sky divine artifact was huge. If a cultivator with a secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact had an 8th step void sky divine artifact, they could absolutely crush their opponent. Yao Xiong was only at the 6th step void sky divine artifact, while King Spirit was at the peak of the 7th step void sky divine artifact. However, because Yao Xiong had the supreme shining sun blade, King Spirit was extremely afraid of him. In the end, King Spirit had to pay a heavy price to defeat Yao Xiong. Of course, this was also because King Spirit had the Heavenly Star Essence. Moreover, the supreme shining sun blade wasn't a true secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact. It was a divine artifact between a void sky divine artifact and a secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact. From this, one could see just how powerful a secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact was. Now that Chen Chongsheng and the other two had used their secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts, it was clear that they wanted to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen immediately entered Devour's inner world. At the same time, he released the ice lotuses. The ice lotuses surrounded Devour's body, forming a tough ice armor. At the same time, the ice lotuses released a torrential cold chi, turning Devour's surroundings into a world of ice and snow. The ice lotuses were originally obtained by Yu Wuxi through a fortuitous encounter. In fact, their defensive power had already reached the level of a secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact. Besides, Devour had also released his innate supernatural abilities, the Purgatory and the Heavenly Thunder Eye. The Purgatory was used to weaken Chen Chongsheng's team, while the Heavenly Thunder Eye released scorching black lightning that surrounded Zhuowen, creating a lightning defense. Not only that, but Zhuowen also operated the secret technique, Rain of Thousand Swords, and summoned the King's Sword. More than 9,000 ancient swords were summoned by the King's Sword. The dense sword lights turned into a ring-shaped storm of sword lights that revolved around Zhuowen. By the time Zhuowen completed the last layer of defense, Chen Chongsheng and the other two had already made their move. The secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact in Chen Chongsheng's hand was a long sword engraved with many ancient patterns. When he swung the sword, the patterns on the sword actually materialized, transforming into a powerful offensive. Yang Zhonghui's secondary heaven-crushing divine artifact was an embroidery needle. This embroidery needle was like fire. When it was swung out, it left a fiery red trail in the air, setting off terrifying flames. Fu Yu's secondary heaven, crushing divine artifact, was a meteor hammer. This meteor hammer was surrounded by starlight. When it was swung out, it set off a dense meteor shower. This meteor shower wasn't illusory but real. Its power was much stronger than the meteor shower formed in the starry sky. The 3 attacks bombarded Zhuowen's body. The surrounding starry sky collapsed layer by layer, revealing a vast expanse of darkness and nothingness. Kacha! In an instant, the defense formed by the 9,000 ancient swords around Zhuowen was the first to be hit. Then Zhuowen's eyes turned gloomy as he saw the 9,000 ancient swords being blown away rapidly. In just 2 breaths of time, for to 5,000 ancient swords had been destroyed. In other words, these 4,000 to 5,000 ancient swords were completely annihilated into nothingness. They were completely useless. Even if Zhuowen wanted to repair them, it would be a little difficult. In 5 breaths of time, the 9,000 ancient swords were completely destroyed, shattering into countless fragments. Then, the domains released by Devour's 2 innate abilities were also broken. They couldn't hold on for long. In the end, 3 attacks landed heavily on Devour's body. Kacha! Then, countless cracks appeared on the ice lotus armor on Devour's surface, as if it would shatter at any moment. Zhuowen felt his internal organs tumbling. Even with Devour's tough body, he still couldn't bear the bombardment of 3 secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts. Go! Zhuowen roared, ordering Devour to flee as fast as he could. Blood splattered all over the starry sky. On Devour's massive body, several tens of thousands of li-long wounds had appeared. Blood spurted out like a rain of blood. He's not dead. Keep chasing. Qin Chongsheng was surprised. The 3 of them had attacked at the same time, using their secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts. Even a Void Sky 8 steps expert would have to bear a grudge. However, Devour's clone had withstood it. Although he was severely injured, he wasn't dead. Old Wu Qing, hurry up! Sensing the pursuit of Qin Chongsheng's group, Zhuowen shouted at Old Man Wu Qing. Chapter 2160. Teleportation Bang! 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 Qin Chongsheng's group of 3 crashed heavily into the ancient formation. Soon after, the 3 of them were forced back by the powerful energy of the formation. Their eyes were filled with shock. A peak level 8 formation? And it even has a trace of the charm of a level 9 formation. Who set it up? Fu Yu said in surprise. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's work together to break this formation. Qin Chongsheng was flustered and exasperated. They were almost able to completely annihilate that Zhuowen, but that brat still managed to escape. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Fu Yu's and Yang Zhonghui naturally had no objections. Soon after, the 3 of them used the secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts in their hands, no longer holding back. Instead, they fiercely bombarded the ancient formation before them. Boom! 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 The might of the 3 secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts was indeed terrifying. Under the bombardment of the secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts, the entire formation was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Outside the ancient formation, Zhuowen's original body flew out from the world within his body. He gloomily looked at the constantly shaking ancient formation and said in a low voice, Old Man Wu Qing, can you handle these 3? Handle your sister. Can't you see that all 3 of them have secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts in their hands? Especially that Qin Chongsheng. Although that old man's cultivation is slightly weaker than mine, I can feel that his strength is definitely not ordinary. Coupled with the secondary heaven-shattering divine artifacts from last time, I may not necessarily be Qin Chongsheng's match. Coupled with that Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yu's, if I were to face the 3 of them, wouldn't I end up dying a horrible death? Brat, do you want me to die? Old man Wu Qing cursed loudly, causing Zhuowen to feel extremely awkward. As old man Wu Qing had previously helped him eliminate Yu Wuxi, Zhuowen subconsciously thought that this old man's strength was unfathomable and that he should be able to handle Qin Changxing's group. But now, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. Looks like you admit that your strength is inferior to Chen Changxing's group? Zhuowen said in surprise. Bullsh asterisk T. Bullsh asterisk T. This old man is weaker than the three of them? If the three of them didn't have secondary heaven-breaking divine artifacts, I wouldn't have a problem fighting them alone. However, all three of them have secondary heaven-breaking divine artifacts. Old man Wu Qing cursed. Don't tell me you don't have a heaven-crushing divine tool? Zhuowen looked at old man Wu Qing in surprise. Old man Wu Qing harumphed. I do. But do you think I'm stupid when faced with 3 secondary heaven-crushing divine tools? Why should I risk my life for you? Zhuowen frowned. Thinking about it, he felt that what old Emotionless said made sense. There was no way the old man would risk his life for him. Rumble. Suddenly, the ancient array behind him shook even more violently. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, causing Zhuowen to tremble in fear. Old man, the 3 of them are about to break out of the array. Hurry up and activate the teleportation array. Where did you set it up? Zhuowen's face sank slightly. Old man Wu Qing's eyes flickered. He knew that the situation was urgent, so he did not argue with Zhuowen. He said indifferently, Come with me. Your battle with Ling Binbing was too intense. You almost destroyed the teleportation array. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and changed the location of the teleportation array ahead of time. Zhuowen followed behind old man Wu Qing with the Emperor's spirit. Soon, they landed near the old site of the Gloomy Illusion Sect. The Gloomy Illusion Sect had long been reduced to rubble, forming a dangerous area like an asteroid belt. The majestic Gloomy Illusion Sect of the past had long since ceased to exist. Passing through the rubble, old man Wu Qing quickly stopped at the center of the rubble. He formed a seal with his hands, and immediately a white light appeared in the empty central area. The white light became more and more intense, extending for several kilometers before interweaving into an enormous array. The instant the formation appeared, the ancient formation trapping Qin Changxing in the distance finally collapsed completely. Afterwards, Qin Changxing and the other 2 rushed out. Zhuowen, where do you think you're going? You're definitely going to die today. Qin Changxing immediately spotted Zhuowen in the center of the rubble. When he saw the array in the center, his gaze changed slightly. He could tell that the array was a teleportation array. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yu's obviously guessed Zhuowen's intentions as well. They shot out, directly chasing after Zhuowen. They wanted to kill Zhuowen before Zhuowen entered the teleportation array or destroy it. Let's go. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He hurriedly led everyone into the teleportation array, while old man Wu Qing remained in the array. He formed a profound finger technique with his right hand and jabbed at the center of the array. An extremely blazing light erupted from the teleportation array. Immediately after, a suction force pulled Zhuowen and the others towards it. Before Chen Changxing could arrive, Zhuowen and the others finally disappeared into the teleportation array. Bastard! This is a temporary teleportation array. This guy set it up here a long time ago. Cunning brat. He must have been plotting against us. Chen Changxing's gaze was gloomy. Fu Yu's hands jabbed at the center of the rubble as he silently deduced. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Brother Fu, what's wrong? Chen Changsheng saw the change in Fu Yu's expression and could not help but ask in surprise. Fu Yu's gaze was strange. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I just deduced the location of the array. In the end, I discovered. Qin Changsheng felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, Discovered what? This teleportation array is a simulation of the ancient teleportation array. The destination is Heaven and Earth sect. Fu Yu's side, Heaven and Earth sect. Chun Chongqing's expression changed. Wasn't that his sect? Chun Chongqing was no fool. When he knew that Zhuowen was teleporting to Heaven and Earth sect, he knew what Zhuowen wanted to do. Although he had already ordered the sect to activate the defensive array before leaving Heaven and Earth sect, he knew that without the support of an ancestor like him, the array would not be able to unleash its full power. It would not be able to block the attacks of an 8th stage Void Sky cultivator. I need to return to Heavenly Devil Island. I need to use the ancient teleportation array. Chun Chongqing did not even hesitate and left the place. Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yuz hurriedly returned to Heavenly Devil Island after making arrangements for their high-ranking disciples. Although Zhuowen was heading to the Shiyu Qinkuin sect this time, given Zhuowen's hatred for them, it was likely that he would use the ancient transmission array of the Qinkuin sect to cause trouble in their sect. This was not something they wanted to see. The defensive array of Heavenly Devil Island was still activated. When the disciples of Heavenly Devil Island saw Chun Chongqing return, their eyes were filled with vigilance. Magatama narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The three of you, why did you come to my Heavenly Devil Island again? Do you think that my Heavenly Devil Island is easy to bully?" Chun Chongqing clasped his hands and said, "Brother Amo, it's a misunderstanding. This time, we plan to borrow the ancient teleportation array of your Heavenly Devil Island. In Dongyu, only your Heavenly Devil Island has an ancient teleportation array." Chapter 2161. Heaven and Earth sect. Magatama's eyes flickered as he cupped his hands and smiled. "I'm really sorry. Our Heavenly Demon Island's ancient teleportation array has some problems, so I'm afraid I can't help you." Chun Chongqing's face immediately darkened. "Brother Mo, what do you mean? You don't want us to use the ancient teleportation array and want to help that little bastard Zhuowen?" From Chun Chongqing's point of view, Magatama was just making excuses. Even Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yu's gazes weren't friendly. Magatama, however, wasn't afraid. He spread his hands and said, "If you two don't believe me, you can go take a look at Heavenly Demon Island's teleportation array. I'm not lying." As he spoke, Magatama opened the defensive array. Chun Chongqing and the other two looked at each other. They obviously didn't expect Magatama to open the array so easily. The three of them cupped their hands towards Magatama and headed towards Heavenly Demon Island's teleportation array. When they arrived at the ancient teleportation array, the faces of Chun Chongqing and the other two darkened. What Mo Tian said earlier wasn't wrong. There was indeed a problem with the ancient teleportation array. At the corner of the teleportation array, there was a massive gap, causing the ancient teleportation array to be unable to be used normally. "Brother Mo, your teleportation array is an important area of Heavenly Demon Island. How could there be such a gap? Could it be that you intentionally damaged it?" Chun Chongqing said coldly. Mo Tian let out a snort and said, "Brother Chin, don't make false accusations. I believe you are clearer than me about the preciousness of the ancient teleportation array. I wouldn't go so far as to intentionally damage it." Chun Chongqing and the other two frowned. Although they were flustered and exasperated, they didn't dare to lose their temper at Magatama. After all, Magatama wasn't weak, and they were currently in Heavenly Demon Island's headquarters. The three of them might be able to suppress Mo Tian if they worked together, but they didn't wish to offend Mo Tian. After all, the Heaven Devil Island was one of the top 10 sects, and it was definitely one of the top 2 sections. If they offended Mo Tian, the final outcome would be a lose-lose situation for both sides. Yang Zhonghui and Fu Yu's both looked at Chun Chongqing, waiting for him to make the decision. "Go." Chun Chongqing snorted coldly and left the Heavenly Demon Island. Ever since he found out that Zhuowen had been teleported to Heaven and Earth sect, Chun Chongqing lost his cool. Since he couldn't use the ancient transfer array in Heaven Devil Island, he could only rush back to Heaven and Earth Sect as soon as possible. Brother Chen, I won't go back to Shiyu with you. Yang Zhonghui cupped her hands at Qin Changsheng, then led the upper echelons of the Devil Pearl sect and parted ways with Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng didn't stop him. Devil Pearl sect was in Southern Universe. Now that Zhuowen was going to Heaven and Earth Sect first, if he really caused a ruckus in Heaven and Earth Sect, then his next target would be Void, Rush Summit, and Devil Pearl Sect. Moreover, Devil Pearl Sect wasn't in Western Universe, so Yang Zhonghui had no reason to follow Qin Changsheng. I hope the sect's defensive array can hold on. Qin Changsheng steered the flying ship, his heart filled with worry. Outside the Heaven and Earth Sect, a white light flashed and a group of people appeared. The Heaven and Earth Sect isn't far away. Given Qin Changsheng's caution, he should have activated the defensive array before leaving. Zhuowen, dressed in white, stood in front of the group, his eyes filled with sharp light. This time he had suffered great losses. His primitive, demonic golden sword had been damaged long ago, and even the ancient sword sage king's 9,000 ancient swords had been destroyed. The glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword had been shattered, and even the ice lotus was covered in fine cracks. According to Zhuo Wen's estimation, it would be very difficult to repair the ice lotus. Moreover, due to the dense cracks, its cultivation effects were much weaker than before. This made Zhuowen even more annoyed and disgusted with Qin Changsheng's group. How do you plan to get in? The Heaven and Earth Sect is much stronger than High Heaven Sect and Dark Illusion Sect. If we force our way in, not only will we alert them, we may not succeed. Old man Wu Qing said solemnly. We'll find a way to sneak in. Once we do, we'll kill them all, Zhuowen said coldly. Our group is too obvious now. You should all enter the spirit ring first. After I sneak into the Heaven and Earth Sect, I'll let you out. Zhuowen said. Di Ling and the others had no objections, but old man Wu Qing was adamant. Zhuowen didn't insist. After putting away Di Ling and the others, he had old man Wu Qing follow behind him. The two of them spent 6 hours and finally got close to the Heaven and Earth Sect. The Heaven and Earth Sect was a sect built on 3 huge stars. Its area and scale were far greater than High Heaven Sect and Dark Illusion Sect. At this moment, the area around the Heaven and Earth Sect was surrounded by a light barrier and ripples. A powerful spirit array had been set up, which was the Heaven and Earth Sect's defensive array. Look, the Heaven and Earth Sect is heavily guarded. If you want to enter, it'll be too difficult. Old man Wu Qing crossed his arms and said calmly, That's not necessarily true. However, Zhuowen smiled confidently. Soon after, he retrieved the Thunder Fire Sword from his spirit ring. After instructing it, Blackie, who was within the Thunder Fire Sword, chuckled mischievously. Then it turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared from its original spot. What were you talking about with the sword spirit just now? Old man Wu Qing's eyes were filled with surprise. Just now, Zhuowen and Xiaohei were communicating with each other, so he didn't hear the details. You'll know when you see, Zhuowen smiled mysteriously. The Heaven and Earth Sect's disciples had a strict hierarchy. They were divided into core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and odd job disciples. Among the 4 classes, the odd job disciples had the lowest status. They were also the group that the Heaven and Earth Sect didn't value the most. They did the most tiring work, but could only cultivate the simplest cultivation techniques. They also had to endure the beatings and scoldings of the other senior disciples. Huang Xinli was a Heaven and Earth Sect odd job disciple. He hadn't been in the Heaven and Earth Sect for long and was angry at the low status of the odd job disciples. However, he couldn't do anything about it and could only endure it silently. He hoped that when he became stronger in the future, he could change everything. Of course, Huang Xinli's wish was beautiful. However, reality was cruel. He was a powerless rookie now. Eh, there's a sword here? The color of the sword looks good. Passing by a broken star, Huang Xinli's consciousness scanned the area as usual to avoid the meteorites that were flying towards him. However, he soon discovered that not far ahead, there was a divine sword with lightning and fire. It was sandwiched between two pieces of rocks and looked extremely inconspicuous. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Xinli had to pass by the rocks, he wouldn't have discovered the divine sword. After pondering for a moment, Huang Xinli pulled out the divine sword and held it in his hand. Then he slashed out with his right hand. Instantly, a terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. Then, all the rocks within a few thousand miles around him were reduced to dust. This divine sword is so powerful. Huang Xinli was stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. This was definitely the most powerful divine weapon he had ever seen. This is definitely a void sky divine weapon. I have to hide it well. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be killed. Chapter 2162. Lu Xianhuang. Xinli's heart was filled with apprehension. He was just a servant disciple of the Qingkuan sect. Without enough talent and resources, he could only be a servant disciple his entire life. But now that he had obtained the divine sword, he knew that his fate was about to change. He might even become a peerless expert in the future. Thinking about this, Huang Xinli's body trembled with excitement. Lu Xian despises me for being a servant disciple. A few days ago, she abandoned me and threw herself into Mu Gaofei's arms. Isn't it because Mu Gaofei is an outer sect disciple and his status is higher than mine? Huang Xinli's face suddenly turned ferocious. Lu Xian was his lover. Back then, the two of them entered the Qingkuan sect as servant disciples. Moreover, Lu Xian's beauty was extraordinary. Because Huang Xinli had such a lover, he was often bullied by the other servant disciples. However, Huang Xinli did not mind. As long as Lu Xian was by his side, he was willing to suffer any hardship. But a few days ago, LV Xian threw herself into the arms of an outer court disciple, Mu Gaofei, and heartlessly abandoned him. Huang Xinli was completely dispirited and urgently wanted to become stronger, wanting to prove himself to LV Xian. Now that Huang Xinli had obtained the divine sword, he regained his confidence. This was because when he held the divine sword, a sentence appeared in his mind. I can make you stronger. Although the words were simple, Huang Xinli did not doubt it, especially after he felt the power of the divine sword. He did not doubt the voice that appeared in his mind. Outside the Qingkuan sect's array, Huang Xinli rushed to the gate and his eyes were filled with apprehension. Ever since the Qingkuan sect's array was activated, the Qingkuan sect became very strict with the disciples entering and exiting. Take out your identity token. At the gate, the two guards looked at Huang Xinli indifferently. They did not seem to care. Huang Xinli was wearing the clothes of a servant disciple. There were too many disciples with such low status in the Qingkuan sect. Hence, they did not pay much attention to him. After Huang Xinli took out his identity token, the two guards looked at it and opened a gap in the array. They said coldly, "Get in here." Huang Xinli nodded submissively and hurriedly entered the gate. Soon after, the defensive formation closed again. Huang Xinli rushed straight to his residence, closed the low door, and impatiently took out the divine sword from his spirit ring. However, the moment he took out the divine sword, he discovered that a figure had appeared in his room. It was a young man in snow-white robes. Who are you? Huang Xinli immediately clenched the divine sword in his hand and looked nervously at the white-clothed youth in front of him. He actually didn't sense how this person had appeared in his room. However, when Huang Xinli thought of the divine sword in his hand, he calmed down a lot. He coldly said, "If you know what's good for you, get out of my room immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." "You're welcome. Do you think you can do it with that divine sword in your hand?" The white-clothed youth said with a mocking smile. Huang Xinli's gaze darkened. He recalled the powerful might of the divine sword from before and calmed down a lot. He said, "Since you are courting death, then don't blame me." As he spoke, Huang Xinli wielded the sword in his right hand and slashed at the white-clothed youth. However, what surprised Huang Xinli was that the divine sword didn't display the powerful sword radiance. Instead, it left his hand and floated around the white-clothed youth. What is going on? Huang Xinli was so shocked that he sat on the ground. Because the divine sword is mine, the white-clothed youth said calmly. Huang Xinli realized something and hurriedly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed to the white-clothed youth and said, "Senior, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I actually took your divine sword. Please spare my life." "No, you didn't do anything wrong. Moreover, you did well. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to enter Qinkuan's sect. You can take this." The white-clothed youth smiled and took out a brocade box from his spirit ring. He passed it to Huang Xinli and said, "This is fire spirit juice. It can help you break through to real God. Take it." Huang Xinli trembled and took the brocade box. He stuttered and said, "Fire spirit juice? Is it really fire spirit juice? Senior, this is too precious. Take it. Moreover, I have a small favor that I need your help with." The white-clothed youth smiled faintly. Huang Xinli excitedly kept the brocade box and said, "Senior, please tell me. If I can do it, I will do it for you. It's simple. You just need to sleep for a while." After the white-clothed youth finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a blast of energy hit Huang Xinli's neck, knocking him out. After settling Huang Xinli down, Zhuowen set up a shielding array around Huang Xinli and walked out of the room. The identity of this white-clothed young man was naturally obvious. He was Zhuowen. After leaving the room, Zhuowen's facial muscles started to move and he turned into Huang Xinli's appearance. "Qin Changsheng, you betrayed me and even wanted to take my Zhuowen's life. Very well. Today, I, Zhuowen, shall wreak havoc in your heaven and earth sect." Zhuowen laughed coldly in his heart and walked towards the core of the Qinkuan sect, the Qinkuan Tower. Although it was Zhuowen's first time in the Qinkuan sect, he had checked Huang Xinli's memories and knew that the Qinkuan Tower was the core of the Qinkuan sect. It was said that 80% of the experts in the Qinkuan sect were in the Qinkuan Tower. It was said that the Qinkuan Tower was a huge cultivation pagoda. It could help cultivators cultivate faster. Any disciple in the Qinkuan sect could cultivate in the Qinkuan Tower, including the servant disciples. However, it required contribution points to cultivate in the Qinkuan Tower. The servant disciples had too little contribution points, and very few disciples were willing to cultivate in the Qinkuan Tower. Most of them were outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples who cultivated in the Qinkuan Tower. Other than the disciples, the strongest elders in the Qinkuan sect would cultivate at the top of the Qinkuan Tower. It was said that only elders who had reached the 5th level and above could enter the top of the Qinkuan Tower. It was a place that many disciples desired to enter. Zhuowen knew that since the Qinkuan Tower was the core of the Qinkuan sect, he only needed to kill all the experts in the Qinkuan Tower, and the Qinkuan sect wouldn't be much of a threat to him. This time he wanted to catch the Qinkuan sect off guard. Otherwise, if the Qinkuan sect experts teamed up, he would be hard to deal with. "Huang Xinli, what are you doing in the Qinkuan Tower?" All of a sudden, a sharp female voice came from behind him. Zhuowen furrowed his brows and turned around to find a man and woman standing behind him. The man's nose was pointed towards the sky, and he didn't even look at Huang Xinli. The aura he gave off was much stronger than Huang Xinli. He was already a true god. As for the woman, she was pretty and had a great figure. At this moment, she was leaning on the man's body gently. Chapter 2163. Universe Tower, what's the matter? Zhuowen coldly asked. Zhuowen knew from Huang Xinli's memories that she was his old love, Lu Xian. It was said that, for resources, she threw herself into the embrace of Mu Gaofei. Zhuowen didn't have a good impression of this kind of woman, but he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Lu Xian saw the cold expression on Zhuowen's face and couldn't help but be startled. Back then, Huang Xinli had never been so cold to her. Even when she threw herself into Mu Gaofei's embrace, he didn't give her such an expression. But now, Huang Xinli actually treated her so coldly. Lu Xian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She sneered and ridiculed. "You're just a useless, odd-job disciple. How many contribution points can you have? Take a look at yourself. This Universe Pagoda is not a place for trash like you to enter. Do you dare to say that again?" Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed dangerously as he said, coldly. Lu Xian trembled and couldn't help but take a step back. But remembering that Huang Xinli was just a coward, Lu Xian steadied herself and coldly said, "I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become quite unreasonable. Am I wrong to say that you're trash and useless?" "Pa!" Just as LV Xian finished speaking, her right cheek was fiercely slapped and a palm print appeared on it. "You, who hit me just now." Lu Xian's eyes immediately turned red. She subconsciously thought that Huang Xinli had hit her, but when she turned to look, she found that Huang Xinli was standing in the same place, not moving at all. Mu Gaofei, who was originally standing beside Lu Xian, also revealed a strange expression. He also didn't see the person who hit Lu Xian. Just now, he only felt a sudden gust of wind, and then a handprint appeared on Lu Xian's cheek. "Brother Fei, did you see who hit me? You have to get justice for me." Lu Xian covered her cheek and immediately threw herself into Mu Gaofei's embrace, sobbing. Mu Gaofei puffed up his chest and looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly gaze. "Junior sister, I saw with my own eyes that it was this trash who hit you. Don't worry, Brother Fei will immediately help you vent your anger." LV Xian wept. Although she knew that Huang Xinli didn't move in order to please Mu Gaofei, she still nodded and said softly, "Brother Fei, you're the best." Mu Gaofei laughed and walked toward Zhuowen. He raised his head and looked at Zhuowen with extreme disdain. "Surnamed Zhuowen, if you don't want to die, then immediately kneel down and crawl under my crotch until you reach LV Xian. Then let her slap you 18 times. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with this clown, Mu Gaofei, and directly slapped him. The strength of this palm strike was too strong. Mu Gaofei was sent flying, his broken teeth scattered all over the ground. His face was even more distorted. It was obvious that his facial bones had been shattered. Mu Gaofei landed on the ground. His entire body was twitching and his breathing was weak. He was actually crippled by this slap. "Fei, Brother Fei?" LV Xian, who was originally weeping, saw this scene. She was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. She looked at this scene in horror. In LV Xian's eyes, Mu Gaofei, whose strength was ranked in the top 10 of the outer court disciples, was defeated by that trash Huang Xinli with one slap. Moreover, looking at Mu Gaofei's appearance, it was obvious that he was completely crippled by that slap. LV Xian wasn't an idiot. She immediately realized that there was a great disparity between Mu Gaofei and Huang Xinli's strength. Zhuowen no longer paid attention to these two clowns, LV Xian and Mu Gaofei. Instead, he directly walked towards the Universe Tower. The Universe Tower occupied a large area. It was surrounded by plazas. There were actually many shops located there. People came and went. It was very lively. Zhuowen walked to the entrance of the Universe Tower and was stopped by the guards. "A mere odd job disciple. Do you have enough contribution points?" The guard looked at Zhuowen's odd job disciple robe with disdain. Unfortunately, just as the guard finished speaking, Zhuowen took out the Emperor's sword. With a slash, the guard exploded into a bloody mist. "Contribution points? I really don't have any." Zhuowen sneered as he said this. Then he directly entered the Universe Tower, leaving behind the stunned crowd in the surrounding plaza. "Are you kidding me? That odd job disciple actually killed the Universe Tower's guard with one slash? How can he be so strong? Also, what is that guy trying to do? Killing the guards and entering the Universe Pagoda. Are you trying to court death? After a moment of silence, the plazas were in an uproar. The noise never stopped. The Universe Tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had a large number of disciples. The higher the floor, the more elite the disciples. The moment Zhuowen entered the Universe Tower, he took out the Thunderfire Sword and Blood Immortal Sword. He told the 2 of them not to hold back and kill all the disciples in the Universe Tower. At the same time, Zhuowen set up a level 7 Great Formation at the entrance of the Universe Tower. Anyone who wanted to take advantage of the chaos and escape the Universe Tower would be killed by this powerful level 7 Great Formation. Just like this, Zhuowen slowly headed towards the top of the Universe Pagoda. Everywhere he passed, there was a reign of terror. The disciples within the Universe Pagoda were basically unable to withstand a single sword strike from Zhuowen. In just a moment, Zhuowen reached the 8th floor of the Universe Tower. He found that most of the core disciples of the Universe sect were on the 8th floor of the Universe Tower. Although there were many core disciples whose cultivation levels weren't weak and had reached the virtual sky world, in Zhuo Wen's eyes they were all jokes. His current strength was already comparable to an ordinary virtual sky realm 8th step cultivator. How could these core disciples be his opponents? Who dares to behave atrociously in my Universe Tower? You're simply courting death. When Zhuowen was constantly reaping the lives of the core disciples on the 8th floor, he finally alarmed the elder on the 9th floor. The elder has come out. We're saved. On the 8th floor, the eyes of the core disciples who had not lost their lives were filled with hope when they heard this voice. It was a black-clothed old man. His essence, chi, and spirit were extremely powerful. His cultivation should be around the virtual sky 6th step. In my eyes, you're no different from trash. Zhuowen suddenly slashed out with the King's Sword in his right hand and used the 7th move of the Tao of Destruction sword art, sword swimming through the great void. The mysterious sword art was like flowing water, constantly surging back and forth between Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen was like a fish swimming in water, taking mysterious steps and passing by the black-clothed old man. The black-robed old man's face changed drastically. Soon after, he discovered that his entire body was collapsing. This was because countless sword lights had filled his body, constantly slicing him apart layer by layer. In the end, the illusory bridge in his body completely collapsed under the terrifying attack of the sword lights. Plop! The black-clothed old man instantly fell to the ground without any signs of life. Clearly, he was dead. The 8th floor fell into a daze. The black-clothed old man was quite famous in the Qinkuan sect. An expert of the virtual sky 6th step couldn't even last one move in front of this odd job disciple. Who is it? How dare you kill our Qinkuan sect's elder? The moment the black-clothed old man was killed by Zhuowen, the elders on the 9th floor all came out. Waves of terrifying divine senses wrapped around Zhuowen like a hurricane, as if they wanted to suppress Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's divine soul was extremely powerful. These divine senses were instantly annihilated by him. Furthermore, Zhuowen used the soul-slaying technique to heavily injure the divine souls of several elders. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just an instant, more than 20 figures rushed out of the 9th floor of the Qinkuan Tower and surrounded Zhuowen in the middle. The leader was an old man in a white robe. This old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. His aura was extremely powerful. Virtual Sky, 8th Step? Chapter 2164. Noisy, Supreme Elder. The 20 or so figures that flew out from the top floor bowed, respectfully, to the white-robed old man who was their leader. The white-robed elder nodded and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the Thunderfire Sword and Blood Immortal Sword that were wreaking havoc on the 8th floor of the Qinkuan Tower were stopped by a terrifying force. Zhuo slashed out with a sword and immediately split open the stagnant force. The thunder, fire sword and blood immortal sword circled around him. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, even though your cultivation is only at the 5th step of the Void Sky realm. Who are you? The white-robed elder's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. Sword dragon slashes the sky. Zhuo didn't waste any time. He held the king's sword in his right hand and slashed out. The sword soared into the sky and transformed into a huge dragon that charged towards the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder narrowed his eyes but didn't care. Although the sword was powerful, he didn't think it was powerful. The white-robed elder waved his sleeve and a powerful divine power burst out, easily blocking the huge dragon formed by the sword chi. However, the moment the white-robed elder blocked the huge dragon, the dragon's aura continued to rise. The purple color on the huge dragon's body became more and more intense, and the dragon's strength became more and more powerful. Zhuo used the power of Dao will to increase the power of the sword dragon slashes the sky by 7 times. The white-robed elder was caught off guard by the sudden change. Boom! The purple dragon slashes the sky suddenly exploded. The terrifying purple energy was like rain falling in all directions. Even the white-robed elder was shocked by the energy that burst out in an instant. Rumble! The power of the purple dragon grew stronger and stronger. It was like a high-pressure gas that exploded in an instant. It exploded inside the Qinquan Tower. Then the Qinquan Tower trembled violently and finally collapsed. On the other hand, the plaza around the Universe Tower was in an uproar. All the disciples stared blankly at the collapsed Universe Tower. However, they quickly realized that something big had happened to the Universe Tower. At this moment, the aftermath of the Qinquan Tower's shattering spread out, and the surrounding square began to collapse and shatter. Then, most of the disciples in the square with low cultivation were blown to smithereens by the terrifying aftermath. Run! On the plaza, miserable cries and sounds of people fleeing for their lives could be heard without end. All the cultivators scattered like monkeys when the tree fell, and they all left the Universe Pagoda as they looked at the Universe Pagoda that had already been completely reduced to ruins and the surrounding plaza in fear. Within the shattered Qinquan Tower, a gigantic purple dragon leaped out. In front of the gigantic dragon's head, the white-robed old man kept forming hand seals. Light arrays appeared in front of the white-robed old man, blocking the purple dragon's attack. Behind the white-robed elder were the remaining 20-odd elders of Qinquan sect. Someone is attacking the Universe Pagoda, and he's fighting with the elder on the top floor of the Universe Pagoda. Who is it? When they saw the scene of the purple dragon, many of the disciples that had escaped from the plaza revealed frightened gazes. They raised their heads to look at the purple dragon, and soon after, they saw an ordinary-looking young man. This young man was wearing the uniform of a servant disciple, and he looked ordinary. However, such an ordinary-looking servant disciple was actually standing on the head of the purple dragon with a sword in his hand, suppressing the white-robed old man. Servant disciple? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is this servant disciple so sick? I know this person. Isn't he Huang Xinli? I remember that this guy was dumped by his girlfriend a few days ago, and he was depressed. How did he suddenly become so strong after not seeing him for a few days? So it's Huang Xinli. Isn't he the trash of the servant disciples? The one who got along really badly with the servant disciples. Many of the disciples were discussing, and many of them recognized Zhuo as Huang Xinli. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, LV Xian's beautiful eyes saw everything. Her jade-like hand covered her mouth as she looked at the scene in disbelief. How can he be so strong? Am I dreaming? LV Xian muttered softly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She was too familiar with Huang Xinli, and they were childhood friends. If Huang Xinli was really so strong, It was impossible for her not to know. However, the scene in front of her made her believe that Huang Xinli, who she had once abandoned, was fighting against the Qinkuan sect's supreme elder, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. Rumble! The white-robed old man snorted coldly, and his right hand quickly pointed out. Instantly, the light array started to spin rapidly, and a terrifying suction force appeared. Soon after, the purple dragon was sucked into the light array. How dare you! Not only did you kill in the universe pagoda, you even destroyed it. Today I will kill you. The white-robed old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen. At the same time, more than 20 figures behind the white-robed old man rushed out, ready to surround Zhuowen. These 20 figures were the upper echelons of the Qinkuan sect. Among them, there were 3 7th-step Void Sky Masters and many 6th-step Void Sky Masters. It had to be said that the upper echelons of the Qinkuan sect were much stronger than those of High Heaven sect and Dark Illusion sect. At least, this lineup was stronger than the Dark Illusion sect. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had come here to cause havoc in the Qinkuan sect, and he wasn't going to back down. Zhuowen immediately called out Di Ling, Zhang Jiqing, and the other 4. At the same time, he released the black-robed Zhuowen, and the black-robed Zhuowen directly revealed his true body, Devour. The huge Devour's body was like a mountain, covering the sky and suppressing the world. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Qinkuan sect. Devour faced the sky and roared. Invisible sound waves swept out like a gale, sweeping in all directions. The expressions of the white-robed old man and the others changed slightly. Di Ling, come with me to kill that old man. Zhang Jiqing, the 4 of you will deal with those 20 people. Zhuowen jumped on Devour's head and ordered the king's spirit. The king's spirit nodded, holding the halberd in his hand. His body moved like a shuttle, fighting the old man in the white robe. The 20 people behind the white-robed old man were blocked by Zhang Jiqing and the other 3. The murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes grew stronger. Although the white-robed old man was also an 8th-step Void Sky Master, there was a big gap between him and the old ancestors of the 10 great sects. He should have just broken through not long ago. Now the white-robed old man was fighting Di Ling, and he was at a disadvantage. If Devour helped him, the white-robed old man would die. At this moment, the white-robed old man became more and more frightened. The emperor in front of him was also an 8th-step Void Sky Master, and his strength was much stronger than his. What made the white-robed old man even more afraid was the terrifying giant beast behind Di Ling. The pressure that the giant beast gave him was even more terrifying than Di Ling's. Pung! Chapter 2165. Devouring the Heaven and Earth Sect. Extreme Thunder and Extreme Fire. Is this the thunder and fire true God? The white-robed old man's pupils shrank. However, the crisis of life and death made him raise both of his hands. His palms emitted a blazing white light as he tried to block the claw. Boom! Devour's claw was powerful. As the claw slammed down, the thunder and fire energies fused together and exploded. The resulting power was terrifying, as if the air had been compressed. The white-robed old man's eyes were filled with rage. He felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely terrifying. Pucci! The white-robed old man didn't hold on for long. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The thunder and fire energies had seeped into his body, destroying his internal functions. Zhuowen stood silently on Devour's head, looking down at the white-robed old man. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Who are you? Why did you come to my heaven and earth sect to make trouble? Do you know the consequences of offending my heaven and earth sect? If Lord Chen Chongqing wasn't here, you wouldn't be able to do whatever you want, the white-robed old man roared. Zhuowen said indifferently, I know that Chen Chongqing isn't here, so I came to make trouble. That old man brought a lot of people to Dongyu to capture me. He even wanted to kill me. Do you think I'll just let it go?" The white-robed old man's eyes changed. He said in a low voice, "You are Zhuowen? Didn't you say that the ancient teleportation formation in Dongyu was damaged? How did you come to Shiyu?" King Spirit. Zhuowen didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with the white-robed old man. He called out, and the King Spirit, who was not far away, dashed over and thrust his halberd at the white-robed old man's vitals. The white-robed old man could only watch the King Spirit's attack. He couldn't resist because he was trying his best to resist Devour's attack. The King Spirit's halberd pierced through the white-robed old man's vitals. The white-robed old man's eyes widened in anger, and his whole body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The virtual sky bridge inside his body was destroyed. As soon as the old man in the white robe died, more than 20 elders were defeated. With Devour and King Spirit's help, even if 3 of them were at Void Sky 7 steps, they couldn't do anything. Zhuowen had killed them all. The battle at the Qinkuan Tower had long attracted the attention of the entire Qinkuan sect. One by one, the Qinkuan sect disciples rushed over and surrounded the Qinkuan Tower. Not good. The Supreme Elder has been killed. The other elders have also been killed. Who are these people? How can they be so terrifying? After the white-robed old man and the other elders were killed, the surrounding Qinkuan sect disciples fell silent. In fact, some of them were even trembling in fear, having lost their will to fight. Even the Supreme Elder and the other upper echelons had been killed. How could they, the ordinary disciples, be a match for this person? Zhuowen stood on Devour's head and rose into the sky. He looked down at the Qinkuan sect disciples and said indifferently, "I didn't want to kill more people. If you don't want to die, open the Qinkuan sect's protective array now and swear to leave the Qinkuan sect. Otherwise, the sword in my hand won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, all the Qinkuan sect disciples fell silent. Soon, some of the disciples began to tremble and swear to leave the Qinkuan sect. More and more disciples followed suit. At the same time, Zhuowen noticed that the Qinkuan sect's protective array had been opened. All the disciples who have left the Qinkuan sect now, leave the Qinkuan sect. If you stay here, don't blame me for not warning you when the Qinkuan sect is destroyed, Zhuowen said again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, the disciples who knew what was good for them took out their flying divine items and left the Qinkuan sect. Of course, there were some stubborn disciples who refused to leave the Qinkuan sect. However, they were in the minority. Most of them were killed by Zhang Jiqing and the other 3. Master, how do you plan to deal with the Qinkuan sect? Di Ling came to Zhuowen's side and asked curiously, Devour. Zhuowen said something that confused Di Ling. Then Devour leaped into the sky above the Qinkuan sect. The heaven and earth sect was spread across 3 huge star continents, covering a vast area. Devour opened his mouth, and a black whirlpool appeared in his mouth. A terrifying suction force came from the black whirlpool. Devour spat out the black whirlpool, and it floated above the Qinkuan sect. The black whirlpool grew bigger and bigger until it almost covered the entire 3 continents. The King Spirit was shocked to find that the 3 planets were being sucked into the black vortex, and eventually they were disappearing. Is this Devour's power? It's so powerful. Di Ling looked at the colossal object in awe. The continents were huge, much bigger than life planets. They could be compared to galaxies. The Qinkuan sect was made up of 3 continents. It was obvious how huge it was. However, Devour had easily devoured it. The power of the Qinkuan sect was incredible. Zhuowen naturally swallowed the Qinkuan sect into Devour's inner world. Because the Qinkuan sect was so big, the resources inside were definitely richer than the Dark Mirage sect and High Heaven sect. If he slowly collected the resources inside, it would take him a lot of time. By then, he wouldn't have time to go to the Void Peak or the Demon Pearl sect. It's time to go to the Void Peak. Zhuowen stood on Devour's head and said to Di Ling and the others. Then he flew toward the Void Peak. The Void Peak was also in Westyu. It wasn't too far from the Qinkuan sect. Zhuowen only took 5 days to reach the Void Peak. As the name suggested, the Void Peak was a huge mountain. The mountain was huge, especially the bottom of the mountain. The area was comparable to the Star Continent. Moreover, the mountain had layers and layers. Each layer had an extreme space. It could be said that the Void Peak stood in the starry sky. Looking from afar, it was definitely a strange sight. Master, do we attack the Void Peak directly, or do we use the Qinkuan sect's method? Di Ling asked. The same method. Zhuowen smiled slyly. 2 months later, Qin Chongxing and Fu Yuz finally arrived in Westyu. Brother Fu, the Qinkuan sect is closer. How about we go there first? In the cabin, Qin Chongxing turned to look at Fu Yuz. He sounded a little anxious. Okay. Anyway, our sects are on the way. Let's go to the Qinkuan sect first. Fu Yuz nodded and directed the flying ship to move forward quickly. When Fu Yuz stopped the flying ship according to the coordinates given by Qin Chongsheng, they were all stunned. There was no Qinkuan sect on the old site. It was empty. There was nothing left, not even gravel. Brother Qin, where is the Qinkuan sect? Fu Yuz looked at Qin Chongxing in confusion. Chapter 2166. Devil Pearl Sect. Qin Chongxing searched the old site of Cosmic Sect inside and out, but he still could not find any trace of Cosmic Sect. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Brother Qin, could it be that Zhuowen's doing? Fu Yuz asked with a slight frown. Qin Chongsheng forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Fu Yuz, saying, Brother Fu, let's go take a look at Void Rush Peak. It's not far from Cosmic Sect. Fu Yuz's eyes revealed a worried expression. He nodded, and the two of them boarded the flying ship and left. When the flying ship arrived at the coordinates of Void Rush Peak, they discovered that the place where Void Rush Peak was located was also empty. There was no trace of Void Rush Peak. Fu Yuz's expression also changed. He looked at Qin Chongxing and discovered that the latter was also looking at him. The two of them both sensed that something was wrong. There's a flying ship passing by here. Let's go and ask. Qin Chongxing suddenly said. Fu Yuz nodded and immediately ordered the higher-ups of Void Rush Peak in the flying ship to intercept the flying ship. There were only 5 people in the flying ship, 3 men and 2 women. Their cultivations were not high. At this moment, they walked down shakily and looked at Fu Yuz, Qin Chongxing, and the others with fearful eyes. They could sense that the group before them was very powerful, so they did not dare to resist. Let me ask you, isn't this Void Rush Peak? Where's Void Rush Peak? Why is it gone? Fu Yuz took a deep breath and asked coldly. The man in the lead of the 5 revealed a strange expression and said, Senior, could it be that you don't know what happened at Void Rush Peak? What happened? Fu Yuz had a bad premonition. More than a month ago, a young man led a huge beast and 5 experts to destroy Void Rush Peak. It said that even Void Rush Peak's encampment was swallowed into the stomach of that huge beast. Moreover, it's not just the Emptiness Peak. The Qinkuan sect was also swallowed by the giant beast. Most of the disciples of the 2 sects have already left their respective sections. In Xiyu, the Qinkuan sect and the Emptiness Peak exist in name only. The man in the lead explained cautiously, but Fu Yuz and Qin Chongxing's expressions became extremely unsightly. They did not need to guess. They knew that the young man with the huge beast was the Zhuowen they were looking for, Zhuowen Peak. However, what they didn't understand was that before they left, they had already activated the defensive formation. How did Zhuowen break through their defensive formation so quickly and destroy their sect's foundation? Of course, If they knew that Zhuo Wen had snuck into the sect to achieve a breakthrough, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Where is that youth now? Qin Changsheng asked murderously. The man in the lead shook his head and said, I don't know about that. I only know that the young man vanished after devouring the Void Wave Peak. I don't know exactly where he went. Zhuo Wen, you and I are irreconcilable. Since you dared to destroy my sect, I will exterminate your entire clan. I will not let off anyone related to you. Qin Changsheng was truly furious. He, who had always been calm, involuntarily roared towards the sky, unable to control his emotions. The 5 people who were intercepted were all trembling. Qin Changsheng's roar contained a terrifying sound wave power. The 5 of them could not bear it and were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Brother Qin, Yang Zhonghui sent a message. She said that Zhuowen Peak is now in the Demonic Pearl sect and is attacking it. She asked for our support, Fu Yu suddenly said. Qin Changxing said, Let's go. Let's go to Southern Universe. I must kill this boy with my own hands. Fu Yu's naturally had no objections. The coldness in his eyes was extremely dense. Zhuo Wen had annihilated his void rush peak. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Fu Yu's could not wait for Zhuo Wen to die without a burial ground. Qin Changxing and Fu Yu's did not hesitate in the slightest. They steered the flying ship and disappeared, leaving behind the 5 people who were bleeding from their 7 orifices due to the sound wave. They stared blankly at the flying ship in the distance. At the border of Western Universe, Qin Changxing and Fu Yu's led their respective high-level cultivators to the center of a gravel area. Fortunately, this old man hid an ancient teleportation array here. Otherwise, if we wanted to go to Southern Universe Demonic Pearl Sect, we would have to use a flying ship. It would be a waste of time. Qin Changxing swept to the side of a gravel that was 10 feet in size. With a wave of his sleeve, the gravel collapsed inch by inch. A blazing white light burst out from it, and then a complicated array was revealed. It was the ancient teleportation array. That little bastard thought that he had destroyed the ancient teleportation array of Western Universe. He probably didn't expect that I still had a trick up my sleeve. This time, we must take him down completely. Qin Changxing sneered. Fu Yu's eyes flashed. Brother Qin, where do you plan to teleport to this time? Directly into the Demonic Pearl sect? Qin Changxing nodded. Of course. Didn't Yang Zhonghui say that Zhuo Wen is forcefully destroying the defensive array of the Demonic Pearl sect? We'll teleport into the Demonic Pearl sect and wait for an opportunity to take action. When the time comes, we'll catch him off guard and kill Zhuo Wen. Fu Yu's nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he felt that Qin Changxing's plan was not bad. I'm going to activate the array. You all go in. After saying that, Qin Changxing formed a seal with both hands. The ancient teleportation array immediately burst out with light. Fu Yu's and the others naturally hurried into the array. The white light flashed, and then Qin Changxing's group disappeared into the white light. At the encampment of the Southern Universe Demonic Pearl sect, invisible ripples spread out outside the huge sect, as if countless gravel had fallen onto the surface of the water. This was the defensive array of the Demonic Pearl sect. Outside the sect, an extremely huge beast was madly attacking the Demonic Pearl sect. The seemingly sturdy defensive array of the Demonic Pearl sect was on the verge of collapse under the concentrated attacks of the huge beast, as if it would collapse at any moment. Inside the Demonic Pearl sect, all the disciples were ready to go. They looked at this scene nervously, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The ancestor of the Demonic Pearl sect, Yang Zhonghui, and the sect master, Yang Muqiu, were both present. Because Zhuo Wen had wasted a lot of time dealing with the Heaven and Earth sect and Void Rush Peak. When he was on his way to Southern Universe, he just happened to run into Yang Zhonghui and the others who were rushing back. It was inevitable that the two of them would fight. Yang Zhonghui's side was weaker than Qin Changxing's and Fu Yu's strength. Although Yang Zhonghui had a secondary heaven-breaking divine artifact, Zhuowen also had the supreme shining sun blade. With old man ruthless strength and the supreme shining sun blade, Yang Zhonghui was naturally no match for him. Zhuowen's side also had an 8 steps void sky expert, like dealing. In that clash, Yang Zhonghui's side suffered heavy losses. Many of their higher-ups died. Yang Zhonghui was defeated and retreated into the demonic pearl sect's defensive array. She held on for dear life. For a while, Zhuowen could not do anything to the demonic pearl sect's defensive array. After all, the demonic pearl sect's defensive array was presided over by an 8 steps void sky elder like Yang Zhonghui, so it was much stronger than usual. Chapter 2167 Da Union Forefather. Zhuowen's doppelganger is too terrifying. I'm afraid the defensive array won't last long. Yang Muqiu came to Yang Zhonghui's side, her face pale. Yang Zhonghui's eyes were gloomy, but soon she looked relieved. Yang Muqiu noticed the change in Yang Zhonghui's expression and asked, "Forefather, what's wrong?" Yang Zhonghui said, "Qin Changxing and Fu Yuz have brought their people here. They will be teleported to the demonic pearl sect soon. You go and help them. Remember, don't make a fuss. This time, they want to kill that little bastard Zhuowen." Joy was revealed in Yang Muqiu's beautiful eyes. She hurriedly nodded and quietly left. Outside the demonic pearl sect, Zhuowen stood on Devour's head with King Spirit, Old Man Wuqing, and the others behind him. Huh. What did Yang Muqiu say to Yang Zhonghui? Then he left, King Spirit said, squinting. Zhuowen also noticed Yang Muqiu's small movements. He frowned slightly and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Old Man Wuqing, when I left Westview, are you sure all the ancient teleportation arrays in Westview were destroyed? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Old Man Wuqing's eyes twinkled. He said, "Uncertainly, they should have been destroyed. Of course, if someone deliberately hid the ancient teleportation arrays, I can't do anything about it." On the other hand, Zhuowen's mood sank to the bottom of the valley. The ominous premonition in his heart grew even stronger. He said, "Chen Changsheng and Fu Yuz should have already arrived in Shiyu and discovered that their respective sects were destroyed by me. With their personalities, they will definitely turn the world upside down to seek revenge. Yang Zhonghui is like a cornered beast. She will ask them for help. If the ancient teleportation arrays in Westview are destroyed, it will take them at least a month to get to Southview from Westview. I have plenty of time, but Old Man Wuqing said, are you worried that Qin Changxing and Fu Yu still have a backup plan? Yes, that's what I'm afraid of. If those two really have something up their sleeves, then they can use the ancient teleportation array to immediately teleport to Nanyu, or even directly into the magic pearl sect, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. If there is such a possibility, do you have any good strategies to deal with it? Or should we give up on attacking the demonic pearl sect and leave immediately? Old Man Wuqing asked. Zhuowen shook his head. It's impossible for me to give up on attacking the demonic pearl sect. I must destroy it. Even if Chen Changxing and Fu Yu's come, they won't be able to stop me. The only way now is to use bait. Among the few of us, only my doppelganger and you have the power to destroy the Devil Pearl sect. But I think Chen Changsheng and the others definitely won't let me go, so when the time comes, I won't even have a chance to act. With that said, Zhuowen set up a shielding array formation outside. Then, Zhuowen pushed with his right hand, and divine power poured out, condensing into a dwarf old man in front of him. He was exactly the same as Old Man Wuqing. The Void Sky 5 steps had the ability to create things, but of course, it could only create very simple creatures. Although Zhuowen had used his sacred power to create a dwarf old man like Old Man Wuqing, this old man had no soul or consciousness. He was like a puppet, and his aura was even worse than a mortal's. Kid, the puppet you created can't fool them at all. It's like a dead person. Old man Wu Qing shook his head. Zhuowen was not annoyed at all. They won't pay attention to you deliberately. Moreover, I cultivate the shapeless all-life so I can use it to simulate your aura. As long as they don't get too close and deliberately investigate you, they won't be able to tell that it's fake. With that, Zhuowen used the shapeless all-life to give the puppet beside him a powerful aura. Moreover, this aura was almost exactly the same as Old Man Wu Qing's. However, if one looked carefully, they would be able to find the flaws in the puppet's aura. You hide first. If there really is a special situation, I'll leave the matter of destroying the demonic pearl sect to you. If there isn't, we'll directly destroy the demonic pearl sect in one go, Zhuowen said. Old man Wu Qing nodded and immediately formed seals with both hands. An invisible ripple spread out from Old man Wu Qing's body, and the old man disappeared into the starry sky. To be more precise, this old man had merged his aura with the starry sky through a formation technique. There was no distinction between the two. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to detect the difference between the two. Crack! After Old Man Wu Qing hid in the starry sky, the demonic pearl sect's great formation finally began to collapse. However, Zhuowen smelled something unusual. This was because he found that there was no surprise or worry in Yang Zhonghui's eyes. Instead, they were filled with confidence. Yang Zhonghui died. Although Zhuowen sensed something amiss, he still controlled Devour to send out a palm strike. Lightning and fire intertwined on his palm, and all the cultivators in the demonic pearl sect could feel the terrifying power that could destroy the world. Yang Zhonghui's beautiful eyes turned solemn. She formed a hand seal and flicked her finger. An embroidery needle shot out. Although the embroidery needle was not eye-catching, Zhuowen dared not look down on it. It was a heaven-breaking, divine artifact. Rumble. The embroidery needle collided with the lightning and fire energy. Immediately after, countless red threads burst out from the embroidery needle, forming a net to entangle Devour's right palm. The red threads were extremely strange. Even the terrifying lightning and fire energy could not cut through the red threads. It could not even break them. Attack! At the same time, Yang Zhonghui suddenly shouted. Next, two auras that were even more terrifying than Yang Zhonghui's erupted from the depths of the demonic pearl sect. Soon after, two imposing figures flew over. Zhuowen was naturally not unfamiliar with these two figures. They were naturally Qin Changsheng and Fu Yu's. Little bastard, you're dead. How dare you destroy my cosmic sect? I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Qin Changsheng's eyes were filled with hatred. Although Fu Yu's did not say anything, the killing intent in his eyes was not any weaker than Qin Changsheng's. Zhuowen, you didn't expect Qin Changsheng and Fu Yu's to come to the demonic pearl sect, did you? Yang Zhonghui controlled the embroidery needle. Her beautiful eyes filled with mockery. The embroidery needle was extremely fast. It quickly twined around Devour's right hand. The red threads bound his right hand tightly, making it hard for him to move. Moreover, these red threads were extremely tough. Even the lightning and fire energy could not break them. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qin Changsheng and Fu Yu's were extremely fast. They arrived before Devour in the blink of an eye. Qin Changsheng held the long sword with the pattern, slashing at Devour's glabella. Fu Yu's wielded the meteor hammer, mercilessly beating Devour while he was down. The attacks of the two heaven-breaking divine artifacts combined were extremely terrifying. Even with Devour's tough body, he didn't dare to resist these two terrifying attacks. Chapter 2168. Starry Sky felt although Zhuowen was decisive enough to retreat quickly, Qin Changsheng and Chen Changsheng didn't hold back. However, Qin Changsheng and Fu Yu's didn't restrain their power. The two attacks were too terrifying. Although they hadn't reached Devour yet, the shock waves of their attacks were like tornadoes hitting Devour. Devour howled in pain. The scales on his chest shattered, and blood gushed out. At the same time, Zhuowen, Dealing, and the others vomited blood, their faces pale. Apparently, their injuries weren't light. "Get into the spirit ring," Zhuowen roared. With a wave of his sleeve, he put Devour, Dealing, and the others into the spirit ring. Then he flapped his torch dragon wings and flew away. "This kid is so decisive. Did he know we were here to ambush him?" Fu Yuz murmured, looking at the fleeing figure in surprise. "Chase! This kid can't escape from our palms." Chen Chongqing didn't waste his breath. Instead, he quickly chased after Zhuowen. Fu Yuz and Yang Zhonghui glanced at each other before following closely behind. "Faster! Faster!" Zhuo Wen's divine sense detected Chen Chongsheng's group of 3 chasing after him, and his expression changed slightly. These 3 were all experts of the 8 steps void sky, so their speed was naturally not slow, especially Chen Chongsheng. He had a secret technique that could actually make the 3 behind him work together, instantly increasing their speed. Originally, there was still some distance between Zhuowen and the 3 of them, but now the distance was shrinking. If they were ordinary void sky 8 steps experts, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. However, the 3 behind him were stronger than Yu Wuxi and Ling Binbing. They were experts at the same level as Magatama from Heavenly Demon Island. But that wasn't all. All 3 of them possessed secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts. There is no need to explain how powerful these secondary heaven-crushing divine artifacts were. Even old Wu Qing didn't dare to fight against the 3 of them, let alone Zhuowen. Facing the 3 of them head-on was no different from courting death for Zhuowen. "They're really hot on my heels." Zhuowen paid attention to Chen Chongqing's group as they approached him. At the same time, he madly used his Dao will on the torch dragon wings on his back. Under the amplification of the 7-fold Dao will, the 9 dragons on the torch dragon wings were dyed purple, and each of them was as large as a dragon. The 9 enormous purple dragons hovered in the void behind Zhuowen. It was a spectacular sight. At the same time, Zhuowen's speed was raised to the extreme. However, even with the torch dragon wings and the amplification from the 7th level Dao insight, Zhuowen was still unable to shake off Chen Chongqing and the others. 3 days later, Zhuowen was still fleeing while Chen Chongsheng and the other 2 were still in pursuit. The distance between the 2 sides had already shrunk to around 100 zhang. The distance between them was simply too short for experts of their level. Behind them, Yang Zhonghui's beautiful face suddenly changed. Chen Chongsheng and Fu Yuz also noticed a change in Yang Zhonghui's expression, and Chen Chongsheng couldn't help but ask, "Junior Sister Yang, what's wrong?" Yang Zhonghui's pretty face was gloomy as she said, "The Devil Pearl sect was attacked. Now, the Devil Pearl sect has completely fallen. It's said that most of the sect's disciples are dead." "What? Who is attacking the demonic Pearl sect?" Chen Chongqing and Fu Yuz asked in unison. "It's the dwarf old man beside that little bastard Zhuowen. That old man's strength is very terrifying. It's said that he's an expert, the peak of the 8th step of the void sky realm," Yang Zhonghui said in a deep voice. "That's impossible. That dwarf old man has always been with that Zhuowen. Previously, he was also kept in that Zhuowen's spirit ring. We chased after him for 3 days and 3 nights. That Zhuowen simply didn't have the time to release that dwarf old man. Even if he did release him, there's no way we wouldn't know about it," Chen Chongsheng immediately refuted. However, Yang Zhonghui was extremely irritated as she said, "The problem now is that my Devil Pearl sect has already been destroyed. Forgive me for not being able to accompany the 2 of you." After saying this, Yang Zhonghui decisively left Chen Chongqing and Fu Yuz, no longer chasing after Zhuowen. Instead, she turned around and rushed towards the Devil Pearl sect. Right now, Yang Zhonghui, was very worried about the safety of the sect's disciples. If the Devil Pearl sect really was destroyed because of this, then she would become a sinner for all eternity. Brother Chen, what do we do? Fu Yuz asked with a frown. Chase. Continue chasing. We've almost caught up to that little bastard. We can't just let him go like this, Qin Chongsheng said viciously. Although the two of them were also rather worried about the higher-ups they brought, compared to this they were more concerned about getting rid of this scourge, Zhuowen, in advance. These two old fellows really are chasing me to the death. Zhuowen, who was fleeing in front, naturally discovered that Yang Zhonghui had left. He knew that Yang Zhonghui should have known that the Devil Pearl sect had already been destroyed by Old Man Wuqing. Originally, in Zhuowen's plan, Old Man Wuqing had destroyed the Devil Pearl sect, so naturally he wouldn't let go of the higher-ups that Fu Yuz and Chen Chongxing brought. Zhuowen thought that these two old fellows would also return to the Devil Pearl sect, like Yang Zhonghui, because they were worried about the people he brought. At that time, he would naturally be able to escape with his life. But now he realized that he was wrong. Chen Chongxing and Fu Yu's killing intent towards him far surpassed their worry for their own people. What should I do now? I'm afraid that it won't be long before these two old fellows catch up to me. Zhuowen frowned slightly. If Old Man Wuqing was by his side now, he might not necessarily be afraid of Fu Yuz and Qin Chongsheng, these two old fellows. But the problem now was that Old Man Wuqing wasn't by his side. Although Devour had completely recovered to his peak state by relying on the Heavenly Domain's Starry Sky essence. With Devour's strength, he could at most block one of Chen Chongxing and Fu Yu's. As for the other person, Zhuowen's original body was definitely no match for him, and the King Spirit and Zhang Ziqing's group were definitely no match for him either. There's a starry sky fault in front of us. We actually came to a starry sky fault. Our luck is really extraordinary. Chen Chongsheng exclaimed softly. His gaze noticed the spectacle hundreds of millions of miles in front of him, and the smile on the corner of his mouth grew wider. At the end of the line, there was no longer a starry sky, but a starry sky fault. The so-called starry sky fault meant that this starry sky was not complete, nor was it a seamless whole. Instead, it was like a piece of white paper that had many strips cut into it. The starry sky ahead was like a piece of white paper that had been cut into strips. The starry sky was separated layer by layer, and between the starry sky fault was a deep and bottomless darkness. No one knew what was in this darkness. But basically, any cultivator who entered the starry sky fault never came out. Zhuowen also noticed the starry sky fault in front of him, and his expression changed greatly. He naturally knew about the starry sky fault. It was the most terrifying place in the southern universe, an entire star field. Inside the starry sky fault was an incomparably deep abyss of darkness. It was said that cultivators who entered the starry sky fault never came out. Therefore, it was said that if anyone accidentally entered the starry sky fault, they would die without a doubt.